Hello and welcome to this brand new series in Unreal Engine 4 where you'll learn to create a first-person shooter from scratch. A first-person shooter, something like Call of Duty or Battlefield or any of those first-person shooter games that you must have definitely played. So if you always wanted to learn how to make a first-person shooter in Unreal, this is the place. This is the tutorial. This is the course you got to follow. We'll do everything from scratch, right from creating a new project all the way till all the way to creating the AI and everything else. So it's going to be a lengthy course, and we'll be using a lot of free assets from the marketplace. And in the next video, I'll teach you how to set up the project, how to get started with it, and how to download and what to download from the marketplace so that you can get started with it. Okay, so I'll see you in the next video. Thank you. All right, welcome back. So now we're gonna get started with with creating the projects and all that. We're gonna take a different approach. So make no mistake. So if you are going over, if you're starting up the Unreal Project browser, if you go over to the new project, if you want to create a first-person shooter, then you can pretty well select this and get started right away. But there's a problem with this. So let me show you what the problem is. So I'm not gonna go for the starter content this time, and instead I'll just select the proper folder and I'll just go over here, projects, and I'll just select that, and I just call this test FES, and this will be discarded anyways. I just want to show you what the exact problem with the first person template is and why we won't be using that to get us started. Instead, you'll be using something else. Okay, I won't be using the starter content as I said, and maximum quality, everything is okay, and I'll just create the project. So make sure that you are in Blueprint and not in C++, but in Blueprint, and select the first person template. And no, actually you don't have to follow, I just want to show you. But the next template that we'll be using will be, you'll have to follow along. All right, and while that's loading, let me also show you what you'll have to download. So if you go to library, or if you just go to marketplace, there's something called animation starter pack, and you hit enter and give it a while, and there it is. So now you have two of these. Okay, you have animation starter pack by Epic Games and a zombie starter mocap pack by these guys. And but that comes for a money, that comes for a price, while this is by Epic Games and is free of cost. This comes along with a lot of animations like crouching, going prone, running, strafing, and shooting and reloading and jumping, and bunch of other stuff which is quite helpful in our particular project. Okay, so you can go ahead and download this. You just have to click on that and wait for it to load. And if you haven't downloaded it, then it'll give you a download button here, and then this button will change to add to project. And once it's downloaded, you just click add to project, and you can add it to the project later on, right? But just wanted to let you know. Anyways, a test FPS is loaded up. So there it is. Now if I just hit play, now you can see, okay, it's all there. I mean, I can jump, I can shoot, and of course I can if I look down, I don't see anything. Okay, and it's a very classic method of creating a first person shooter, where all you have, if I escape and if I look at the first person character, this is the first person character, all you got are the arms of the character and a couple of guns, couple of weapons, and a camera. And the camera is where the head is supposed to be, so that's why it looks like the person is holding the camera. Otherwise there is no body at all. There's just a capsule that holds all of these things. Now, which is not very, it's not very realistic. But back then in the like mid to late 90s, where they wanted to save a lot of computation cycles, so they just used to have an arm and a weapon, because anyways you're not going to see it. So that changed later on, when people started to add a full character onto it, because when you're playing multiplayer, then you definitely have to have a character. So it's not very appropriate for you to play multiplayer and the other player in the same server looking at just your arms and the weapon, right? Not knowing where to shoot exactly, because this capsule is not going to be visible. So but for a single player game which is not very realistic, this is still good to go. It shoots. If you really want to create a quick prototype to test out what your idea is like, then you can go ahead with this. Otherwise, if you want something more realistic, then you have to go with something which has a full body, which is why we're not going to be using this. We're going to be using something else. So go over to the new project. Okay, And out here we'll be selecting a third person template because this first person just comes with the arms and the weapon, and all of these are not required. We just need the third person where it has the full body. Now agreed, it's a third person, and it's gonna behave like a third person as the template suggests, but we're gonna tweak it to our needs. We'll turn this into a first person while keeping the character, so when you look down you're going to see the legs of the character and all that, so which is more realistic way to go about it, right? So let's get started with this third person template. Okay, so go ahead and select the third person, desktop and console, and maximum quality, and this time we're going to include the starter content because there are some good stuff there. You can use that for I guess particles and bunch of other things, and also quite a lot of meshes that come included with the starter content. Okay, so you can name anything you like. I'm going to name this FES course because that's what this is. It's an FES course, and I'll create the project. This might take a little longer than the first person template because we did not include the starter content with that, but in this we are including it. So I'll just create the project and just wait for it to load up, and let's just wait. And in the meantime, I hope you have downloaded this. It's not it's not this it's not it doesn't have a big size. I believe it's not even 500 megs. So once you have this ready, we're gonna connect it with our FES course, or the new third person template project that we just creating, right? So give it a minute more, it should be done. It's 91% done. There you go, I think it's done, and there we have our third person template. And once we hit play, there you can see that we have this guy running around, and if I move around I can see the entire character, the torso, the hips, the legs, the arms, the head, and everything else. The whole body is out there, the whole character is out there. That's exactly what we want. This is more realistic than just having arms and a weapon, right? The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to hit escape, and I will click on this thing because I don't like this, and I'm just going to hit delete. I don't need it. And also this guy, I don't need this at all. Save. Now we're gonna go ahead and modify this character in a way that looks like a first person character and behaves like one. Okay, so this is about the setup for the game that we're going to be creating throughout the course, and I'll see in the next video where we will start tweaking this third person character template, and we'll also bring in the animation starter pack inside this project. Okay, thank you. Welcome back. So now we're gonna take a look at the third person character and turn that into a first person character. So right now we have this, hit play again. We have this, the camera is behind the character. We're gonna change all of that. Okay, I'm gonna hit escape, and if you wanna go for the third person, we're gonna open this blueprint up. Either you can select this guy and you can click edit third person character blueprint, or you can go over to this folder here and click on the blueprints, and then you can go over to the third person character blueprint, right? Once it opens up, it'll open up to the event graph with lots of code in it. We're not going to worry about that right now. Instead, we're going to worry about what the character is looking like, or how the camera is going to be set up. So right now this thing has two components or three components. You have the arrow component, which determines where the forward of the character is. Then you have the guy himself, the mesh, the character, and then you have this camera boom, which has a spring arm, and then you have a camera which is attached to the end of the spring arm. Okay, so what we're going to do is the first thing that comes off to your mind is this is behind the character. A first person camera should be somewhere at the head of the character. Okay, so you'll be compelled to actually pull this in closer and maybe position it like this, like that, and maybe do that. Okay, and that's actually good for a start. I mean, that's proper thinking. That's where the camera is supposed to be. Maybe pull it up even a bit more and push it a little, and then you hit compile, and then you start playing it, and you can see that, and it's working fine, right? But I can actually do all of this, but there are a bunch of things that I'll have to change. See, right now, if I hit change, if I hit this, I'm getting these body parts of the character in front of the camera, okay, which is not right. When I'm jumping, that's fine. I can see the hands flailing, so that's cool. That's all cool. But I don't want this to happen. The other body parts are also clipping in front of me. So there is a fix for that, which we're gonna do that. and going back here, so instead of actually directly putting it in front of that, so what we're gonna do is instead we're gonna parent this, or we're gonna make this a child of the character himself. So I'm gonna drag this, I'm gonna drop it over mesh like that, and then once that's done, I I can have all the character motion going along with the camera. So now when I hit play, uh, okay, I'll hit play again. Now, I'm not able to move around. That's because if I'm using my mouse to move around, I'm not able to do that because the character is gone. So for that to happen properly, see, I'm actually trying to use my mouse, but I'm not. I'm moving a mouse in X and in Y, but nothing is happening. I'm just able to move my character using my arrow key, and which is quite snappy and irritating at the same time. Right. So again, hit escape, and there is another fix for that. So when you click on the mesh, and no, click on the follow camera, and then you can go over first. You have to socket it to the right place, because right now we just made it a child of the entire mesh, but we don't want that. In fact, we want to exactly socket it over to a body part of the character. So now it's right now the parent socket says none. So when you click on this magnifying glass, it's going to show the bunch of sockets that you can connect it to, attach it to, but we just need the head part. So when you type head, this socket comes up, and just type it there, and right away this camera is gonna move here, and that's because of all the rotations and everything. So okay, so first I will make this to 90. Okay, and also this camera is slightly rotated along the x-axis, so I'm gonna do this, and I'm gonna bring it back like that. Okay, so this will be minus 90 and 0 and 90. There you go. Okay, now this is actually connected to the socket head, but it's moved away because of these coordinates. So if I again click on this little part, it'll possibly move there, right? And so now it's 0 0 0, and it's parented there. And if you want, you can move around a little bit. So now and one more thing is, it's still not going to fix it. So if I hit play, I can move around, and it's actually kind of jerky, but all the clipping part is done, and my mouse is still not working. I'm still not able to move my mouse. The camera is not moving. That's because when you click on the follow camera, and if you go down here, not here, but if you look at the mesh part, and you can say, I think I should just look for that. Click here, and if I just say rotation, use pawn control rotation. Okay, so once I do that, and this is inside camera settings. Okay, it was right here, I did not see it. And then also click on third person character self, and then I just need to use the use controller rotation yaw. So as the tooltip says, if true, this pawn's yaw will be updated to match the controller's control rotation yaw, if that's controlled by a player controller. So all of that fits right in for us. So I'm going to check that, and then when I hit play, and now I'm able to see my I'm able to move the character. I'm able to move my mouse and look around using the character. And if I look down, I can see parts of the torso and all, which is not right. So I'll move this camera a little bit ahead. I won't be making it to 0 0 0, so I think I'll just move it a little bit ahead like that. So now when I hit play, now I can see that. Now I can see the legs of the character, and also when I jump, I can see the hands, and everything is working perfectly fine. Now of course I can't jump here. I believe, yeah. So I can jump here, and it's all looking great. There you go. I can see the legs, and like that. So everything is working fine. So that's because we actually change the use pawn control rotation. Now if this camera component is placed on a pawn, should it use the view control rotation of the pawn where possible? In fact, it should, because wherever it's already attached to the mesh, it's not only a child of the mesh, it's also attached to a particular socket. So it should take all the rotations of the pawn itself, and should not be independently rotatable. And anyways, your rotation had gone for a toss because we hadn't checked that. So we had to have that if this has to work, because in the event graph, it refers to the camera, which actually is a part of the camera boom, and it does all of those calculations. But in our case, it's not there. It doesn't find the follow camera, so we have to make all of these changes. At the same time, we also made a change here where we said use controller rotation yaw. Okay, so this was a very simple setup, and we still have a very long way to go. So I'm gonna close the video here, and when we return, we're gonna do a bunch of modifications to this character and move on from there. Okay, I'll see you in the next video. Thank you. Welcome back. So what we got so far, I hit play and I walk around, and it's a nice first person controller that we managed to create using a third person template, a third person character template. Great. But right now, for all it works right now, it still looks quite bland, right? So if I hit play now, I can just walk around. There are no HUDs and nothing of that sort. And also the player is gonna have something like an armor, which is represented by some value, and also gonna have health, which is also represented by some value, like any other first-person shooter or any other game which has all of these attributes for a player or a character. So I'm gonna go ahead and make that out first. So I'll head over back to the third person blueprint, and I will not be adding any code yet, but I'll definitely be adding a couple of variables. I need two variables. I need a variable to hold the player's health, and then I need a variable to hold the player's armor. Okay, so I'm gonna click on the variable, and I'm gonna call this health first, and then again I'm gonna call this armor. Right now, health and armor, they're both gonna be floats. Okay, I'll change that to float. Okay, and compile that. Now we have to give them some default values, and the reason it's float is because I want to keep the range of the health between 0 and 1. So a value of 1 would mean 100% health, and a value of 0.5 would mean 50% health, and value of 0.01 would mean 1% health, and so on and so forth. Okay, so that's the reason I want to have the health as a float, and for the same reason I want the armor also to be a float variable, right? So anything between 0 and 1, so 1 would represent 100%, so this is on a scale of 0 to 100, which shrinks down to 0 to 1, as simple as that, right? So both I'm going to have them as 1 for default values, and I'm going to move on from there, right? So we will create those bars right now in for the widget blueprints. So when you want to show anything on the screen, you need to have some sort of widgets, UI widgets, and we're gonna create that as a blueprint now, and we'll be using simple bars and whatever we have available for us, but going forward we'll replace them with some good looking fancy graphics. Okay, so since we're just prototyping right now, so we can afford to do that. Anyways, so I'll right click and I'll create a new folder, and I'll just call this UI. Okay, and now inside UI I'll be creating a new widget blueprint, and I'll call this user interface widget blueprint. Okay, I'm gonna name this FPS HUD for right now, or I can just call this HUD, I guess. Yep, I just call this HUD and open this up. I'm gonna need two progress bars at the bottom, and we can later on think about beautifying it, because right now they're just gonna be ugly rectangles sitting down there uh, at this point in the screen, and it'll do its job. But later on we're gonna add all the fancy graphics and we'll make it look good, but not right now. But for now, all we're gonna do is we're gonna drag a couple of progress bars. I'm gonna drag a progress bar down to the bottom here, okay, like this, and I'm gonna name this I'm gonna first anchor this to the bottom. Okay, I'll do this. Okay, and I'll say 0.5 and 0.5 so that it comes up, or 0.5, that's okay. And I'll just bring this up a little bit. So select this. I'll use my arrow keys to bring it up like this. I think that's good enough. Okay, and I'll name this as health bar. Okay, and then again I'll right click, copy, and I'll paste this back in the panel, and of course I'll zero them out. I'll name this as armor bar. Okay, and select that and just move it around like this. Okay, so that's good. Now I'll select the health bar and I'll give it some size. So I'll say Size X can be, I don't know, 300. That's fine. And armor bar can also be 300. Okay, so now we have the health bar and the armor bar. The health bar, I'll choose a color first, and I'll choose something like this, red. Okay, like a pale red. Right, and then for the armor bar, I'll choose something like yellow. Now you're free to choose anything you like, but I'll choose this. All right, that's good. And we have this yellow, little yellow. Now just to make sure that it works, you can change the percentage here. So if I do that, then you can see that the red is filling up, and the armor bar, if I do this, I can see that the yellow is filling up. All great. We have the names now. The reason, now you could probably understand the reason why we made the health bar and the armor bar inside the third person character as floats, and we are calculating it between 0 and 1. The reason being, if the health bar and armor bar, select one of them, and the highest it can go up to is 1, right? So 1 is 100% filled, and 0 is 0% filled, and anything in the middle is 50% or whatever, depending on whatever value you give. Okay, so that's what this is. But obviously we are adding it manually, but we don't want that. We want these progress bars to be bound to this particular variable. So if the health changes for the character, that's going to reflect on the bars here. Okay, so the first thing is I'm going to select the bind button. I'm going to get the bind drop down. I'm going to click on create binding so that I can bind this particular field of the progress bar with something of my choice. Okay, so I'll create binding, and it instantly opens up in a new graph. That's the function. It says get health bar percentage 0%, right? So the first thing is I need to access these two variables. Now how do I do that? Because I'm in a different blueprint here. You can try and type get health. It's not going to be there because it's the health bar, not the health. So what we have to do is we have to first get the player character. Right? And once we get the player character, so the game now knows that there's a player character, but it needs to know exactly which player character are we talking about. So you need to cast this to third person character. Right, now you can either make this a pure cast, or you might want to connect this so that in case it fails, you can display some message. Either ways, that's up to you completely. All right, so now once we have that, of course we're going to connect these two. Okay, so once we have that, now we can say that as third person character, we can access these two variables. So let's check if that's the case. And now if I say health and says get health and set health, those are the variables inside third person character. Excellent. This is exactly what we want. So I'll say get health, and now all I want to do is connect this to this, and it does not need any conversion because this is also looking for a float value, because that's what it is. If I look at the designer, this is a float value. If you run over this, this says used to determine the fill position of the progress bar ranging 0 to 1, which means it's a float value. Okay, so that's why it did not ask for any conversion. It did not have to do any conversion at all. Now you may choose to go ahead and have something printing out to the console or the screen saying that there is no third person character, or a message of your choice. But I'm going to leave it here. I'm going to assume that this is going to work. I mean, it's gonna cast, and if it's gonna fail, then I won't know about it, but this thing won't work and also will not crash the game. That's important, right? So we compile that, and then we go back to the designer, and then we select the armor bar, and we do the same thing with the armor bar. So now it says get health bar percent 0, and now when I say create binding, it's gonna say get armor bar percent 0. Do the exact same thing here. The first thing is I will get the player character, and move it back a little bit like this, and from here I will cast this third person character, connect this and connect this. Now again, as third person character, move this a little to the right. As third person character, I'm gonna get the armor bar, or get armor variable. Okay, and then just connect this to the return node out here. So again, float, it simply connects it without any conversion needed. And when I hit compile, now when I hit play, obviously I'm not going to see anything out here. That's because we have not really added this widget to the viewport. Okay, so now there are multiple ways to go about it. I mean, the code is going to stay the same pretty much every time you want to show a widget or any UI on your screen. The code is going to be the same, but you might just want to rethink, or you might just want to think about the place where you want to put that code. Do you want the third person character to be calling that, or do you want the game mode to be calling that, or do you want the player controller to be calling that? But for now, I'm not going to think too much about that. We'll change that later on. I just want to see what the HUD looks like. So I'll simply add it to the third person character. We can remove it later on, no harm. So where will we add this? We want this as soon as the game starts, as soon as this guy as the third person character gets initiated. And the best place for that to happen is the event begin play. So search for begin play, and there it is. So bring that event node, and all we have to do first is we first have to create a widget. So I'll say create widget, right? And once we do that, and now select the class. Now there are two widgets. This is a default that comes along with this project, and this is the one that we created right now. So I'll select that. Now if I hit play, it's still not going to happen. That's because we just created the widget and we did not tell the engine where to display it. So for that, I will say add to viewport. Okay, and once we do that and we compile that and we play the game, and there you go. So now we have these two bars, and we have a red bar which is full, completely full, and we have a yellow bar which is also completely full. Now if you're not sure whether it's working or not, and which is a common question, I mean, which is a common concern, because it's all full, so we don't know if it's working or not. And that's because if you go back to your third person character, the health is 1 and the armor is 1. Now it might be working, it might not be working, we don't know. So let's change this to certain value. So I'm going to change the health to 0.2 as 20% health, and the armor to I don't know, 0.6. So it's got 60% armor and 20% health. Now when I hit play, there I can see that it's working. Okay, so it's indeed working. Our health bar and our armor bar are indeed working. That's great. Okay, so now that's about how to add this, and obviously we're gonna beautify this later on by adding fancy graphics and adding labels and everything so that people can understand. But we know that this is the way to go, and it's working. And also, it's this one is pretty simple. We don't have anything yet. We're just binding it simply, but we're not we're not changing any of these values, but going forward we will. This will get a little complicated, where when the player is getting hit by a projectile, the armor is going to go down, the armor is going to deplete, and the health is also going to deplete. And for our game, we're going to have auto generating armor but not auto generating health. Okay, and there's not going to be any regeneration of health automatically, but the armor will regenerate over a period of time. So that's all in the books, and that will come in the future videos. But we have things set up in a good way, and we know that things are working. Okay, so in the next video we'll move on with more of these things, and I'll see you in the next video. Thank you. Welcome back. So what we have now is a health and an armor bar, which is not really interactive, which is set which is not being changed at all. It's simply it simply sits at whatever values they were originally set at. That's it. So in this video, we're gonna do something like where we're gonna have a volume somewhere in the map, wherein when the player walks inside that volume, the armor is gonna go from 100 to 1 to 0, and once that goes below 0, then the health is gonna start depleting. And once the player moves away from that volume, then the armor is gonna start regenerating. As simple as that. Okay, and now the first thing is, before we actually go ahead and add the volume is not going to be seen at all. It could be anywhere. We could place it anywhere in the map, maybe here, maybe upstairs, anywhere. But we'll just place a volume which is not going to be seen. It's going to be invisible, but it will act as a trigger. When the character walks into that volume, all our code is going to will start being called, right? So the first thing we have to do is we have to go back to the first person character. Okay, and wherever we set our event begin play, we will set a tick function here. The first thing is we will first look at the regeneration of the armor, which is the easy part, and but taking the damage away by 5% or 10% or 15%, depending on the volume that the player walks into, that's a little more involved. But we'll start off easy. We'll start off with the regeneration of the armor part, which is a hell lot easier than taking health away. So for that, I need the event tick node. So that will which gets called every single frame, which is built into every single blueprint. So this gets called every single frame. Okay, now we want to restrict this. We first want to create a sequence node where we want to say you do this first and then you do that and then whatever. If you add more pins, then you can have as many nodes as you want, but I'm not going to do that. I just need one, maybe two, but not more than that. So once we have the sequence node, we're going to explain to the engine what we want to do first every frame. Okay. Okay, so the way this is going to work is, even though it runs every frame and we don't know how many frames it's going to run per second, but we'll limit this and we'll say, I just want this to run every second. Okay, like out here the default is 0.2, but we don't want that. It also depends on what you want. Like if you want 5% armor to be regenerated every 2 seconds, then you're going to be adding 2 here. Or if you want 10% armor to be generated every 2 seconds or 1 second, then you're going to add 1 here. So we're going to keep it simple, and we'll fix a percentage later, but I want this to run every second, and every second it's going to regenerate a certain amount, a certain amount of armor value, and it'll add to the existing one. But this only needs to be run when the armor when the armor is less than 1. Okay, so if it's full armor, then we should not we will not worry about it. Instead, and there's no point running this function when the armor is full. It cannot go beyond 100%. So we first will have to check whether the armor is less than 1. Okay, and we do that using a branch node, and from here I will pull out a wire and I'll look for float less than. Okay, so which narrows it down to float less than equals float and float less than equals to float. We need float less than float. Okay, and once that's there, I want to check whether the armor is less than 1, and if it is so, then we're going to run the regeneration code for the armor in the true execution part here. Okay, so now we want to check whether the armor is less than 1. So either you can drag this and drop it here, or you can drag off a pin and you can say get armor. Okay, and I want to check whether the armor is less than 1, and if it is, then I want the armor value to increase till the point it turns 1. Okay, and so out here I'm simply going to say I'll drag this and I drop it here and I'll say set armor. And what value do you want to set this by? I want to set this by I'll say float plus float. Okay, float plus float. Again, I want this to set the armor whatever the current value is. Okay, yeah, plus 1%. So that would be 0.01. There you go. So every 1 second. So if you have 0 armor and if you want to wait to see the armor to get full, then you'll have to wait 100 seconds. That's close to 2 minutes. 20 seconds less than 2 minutes, right? So that's how this would work. And if I compile that and let me see if the armor is 0.6, I'll bring it down to 0.2. Okay, and I'll compile that and let's see if this thing works. I hit play and there you go. And if you can look at the yellow bar, I'll hit shift F1. If you look at the yellow bar, it's actually regenerating. So let's see and go back to 0. I'll make it a 0 armor, and then when I hit play, let's wait for 100 seconds and let's see that it's really working. So, and there you go. Okay, now we don't have a counter here, but this is just going to be ballpark figure, and it's pretty sure the maths can't go wrong. It's 1 second 1% and 0% of the armor, so it'll take 100 seconds to reach 100%, and then it'll stop adding armor to it, right? And let's just see, and right now it should be around point I don't know, 3.5 or 4% or something like that. We'll just wait for a minute more. Now that's the penalty you pay for losing armor. You have to run around and wait for the armor to regenerate. It cannot be even quicker than that. I mean, depends on what your game is. Maybe if you have some boost, or if you have some special powers, if your character has some special powers, then the armor regeneration can happen faster. But completely depends on the design of your game. But right now we're just testing it out, so it's like 1% for 1 second, and that's good enough. So we'll just see how this works, and it's almost there. It should be around 70%. Just wait for a few seconds more, and once it hits, it's gonna start. It's gonna stop regenerating. Okay, and let's see. And just to check that it works, what we'll do is armor. I'll just go for 0.8%. All right, so that we don't have to wait that long. If this is true, then we are running this. If it's false, then I'm gonna say print string, and I'll remove this off. I just want to test it out. I'll just say full armor stop regeneration. Okay, that's the message. Now if I hit play, and if I see, then it's 0.8%, and it should increase, and within a few seconds I should be getting a message onto my top left which says armor full armor, whatever the message that you put there. And a couple of seconds more, less than that. There you go. So it says full armor stop regeneration, but it's gonna happen every 1 second. That message is gonna show up every 1 second. Okay, that's because that's because this loop is still running. After every second, if it comes down here, if it's less than 1, in fact, if it's less than 1, then it's gonna come and do that. And also this duration is 2 seconds. So if I say 1 second, so that it stays exactly for the time where this is. So if I say that, and then I'll just wait for that, and then once we see that thing ticking and running fine, I'm gonna take off that debug message, and we'll move on for taking damage part. And there you go. And now 0.2 seconds later, they have the message. Okay, of course that thing is getting printed every single line, but that's okay. So it's working. At least we know that it's working. Great. Alright, so now I'll just get rid of this. We don't need this debug line anymore. Compile that. There you go. And now let's move on to the tougher part, where we will be taking damage away from the player. Okay, so now that we have this, let's create a new function, and I'll call this take damage 5%. Now you can have different slabs of taking damage. This is 5%. Maybe that volume that we walked in was 5%, but there might be other stronger volumes which might take away 10%. Entirely depends on your design, but this is how it goes anyways. So every time this function gets called, I want to take 5% damage away from my armor. So I'm going to drag this armor here. I'm going to say set armor. First I'll connect this. Now this would be I want to take away from the armor, so I'm going to say minus, and this would be float minus float. Okay, and again whatever the current armor value is, minus 5%. So 5% of 1 would be 0.05. Okay, so this reads every time you call this function, first get the armor, subtract it by minus 5, take 5% away from it, and reset it, and reset the new value for the armor. That's how it reads. Okay, so now there's a chance that it will go beyond 0 or below 0, so we have to check that as well. And we're not going to stop that from happening, because we need that negative value, so that we'll use that for subtracting the health or taking the damage from the health itself other than the armor. Okay, and so now I will look for a branch node, and what we want to check, we want to check whether this is less than a certain value. So less than, that would be float less than float. That's what we want. So we'll see whether this is less than some value, and what is that value. Whatever armor we set after that, we want to check whether that's less than 0. And if it is so, then we want to set the health. Okay, I'll set the health. If it is true, then we'll set the health, and this will be, and we'll be adding that to this negative value, so that it starts depleting the health as well. Okay, so now that we have this, I'll move this a little bit to the right, so that I can get some room here. Okay, so I want to take the armor value. Okay, and I want to take the armor value and I want to add that with my current health value. So if the armor value is 0.5 and the health is 1, then 0.5 minus 0.5 plus 1 would be 0.5. So that's how we'll be taking away part of the health. Okay, and 5% is where it is coming in from the for the armor. Okay, so and so that exact percentage, once it's below 0, it's going to be applying to the health as well. So that's how we're going to take away some damage from the health, right? And once we are done after taking some damage from the armor and the health, not the armor but the health, then we want to set this armor back to the original value, that would be 0, like that. So we want to set this armor back to 0, and when it starts regenerating, then it will do its job. But right now we have finished our task of uh, depleting our armor and taking away 5% of that, and then checking whether it's below 0. And if it is so, then we gonna take away health. Otherwise, all it's gonna do is take away the armor. And once it goes below 0, then it's time for the health bar to also decrease, because once the armor turns to 0, which means it should affect the player's health naturally. The armor is there to protect the player, so every time the armor takes a hit, it's gonna keep on depleting. And once it goes below 0, which means that the player is vulnerable, so every single hit is gonna get registered on the player, and the health is gonna go down as well, other than the armor. So we're using the armor to deplete in negative values, and we're using that negative value to add that with health, and then we're resetting the health to whatever the new value is after the addition with the armor. And then we are resetting the armor to 0, because it's already below 0, so we're not doing anything more than that. Okay, so now that we have that covered, and of course when you hit compile, you should not have any errors, so that worked fine. Now this take damage function is not going to do anything right now, because no one is calling this function to do anything. So what we have to do now is, I think I'll first change this to on success only, because I don't want to compile and save both, right? And I'll just compile it, also save it. So what I want to do now is I want to create a volume. Okay, a volume where when the player enters, it's going to start taking the armor and the health away. Armor first, and then when it goes below 0, then the health. So I will right click, and I'm going to create a new folder. I'll keep this a little organized. Blueprints, this is our own blueprints, the one that we'll be creating now, and this is already something that we already have. All right, so this is going to be a blueprint outside. So I'll right click, and I'll go for a blueprint class, and I'll go for a very simple actor, and I'll simply call this let's say pane volume. All right, and open that up, and I'll add a box collision right away. And I don't need to rename that, I'll just keep it box. And when I hit compile, save, when I drag and drop it here inside the level, and you can see that it's quite small, right? Now of course I'll go back to the pane volume, and I'll have to increase the extents, or I can either use the box extent out here, or I can simply scale it up in either axis that I like. So if I say this is the x or the z axis, so if I say I want this to be a little taller, and I'll say 64. Okay, that's 64, and which is fine. And then I'll say I also want it a little wider, so I'll say 64 and 64. That's good enough. When I hit compile and go back there, I should be able to see that out there, right? Which is fine. Now maybe a little bit more, I guess. And I think I'll increase it on the y as well. Sorry, x. I'll say 64 by 64 by 64. That's the pane volume. Maybe I'll increase the height a little bit by 1 to 8. Okay, and if I hit compile, go back there, and I can see the pane volume in all its glory. Now I'll just move it up a little bit. I think it's a little too tall and not as wide. I think I should also do that in the x, the y. So I'll also make this 128. I don't need to make it this tall, so I can just make it 100. Yeah, that's good enough. That's also the height of the character. Yeah, that should be okay. And there you go. And if I just hit end, it'll snap to the ground. That'll be snap to the pivot. So I don't want that. I want this to be above a little bit, so that when the player enters, it will be notified. The engine will be notified. So that's the bottom part of the stairs. So when the player enters and walks through the stairs, and if he stays there, if he stays here like this, then the first two stairs, then he is gonna feel, I mean, the trigger is gonna it's gonna get triggered. And in fact, I'll increase it further in the x-axis. I'll make this 100 as well. All right, so now that makes it a proper box where the player can be trapped inside. And maybe I'll just increase it like this. Okay, so that two stairs and a part of a portion of the area outside these two stairs, right? That should be good enough for the player. And maybe I'll just go here and I'll say not hidden in game. So I don't know if it's, sometimes it's buggy. Even when you uncheck this, you can still see it, or you cannot see it in the game at times. When I hit play, and there I can see it. And so now when I walk into this, I want the health to be I want the health to take a hit. I want the armor to take a hit, right? And which is fine. There you go. And I should be able to test this quite easily. Great. I'm going to hit escape, and I will get back to the event graph of this. When should it be triggered? It should be triggered when it should be triggered when a player enters. So we can use this, or we can use some other function. Let's see. Okay, so we'll use this function for checking whether the actor, or any of the actor that we want, our kind of actor, we can choose whatever we want. You can probably throw a box and it can detect that, but it again depends on what you want. But for us, we want the character to be going inside, and this guy and this trigger to recognize the character and start taking damage from the character, start giving damage to the character rather. So out here, the other character, I'll first cast this to third person character, that is our character. Okay, once it's cast, I can actually access the functions that are inside the third person character blueprint, and the function is called take damage 5%. So if I look for that, take damage 5%, I can find it there. And now if I see that, and if I compile that, save that, what I'll do now is I'll go over to the HUD, not the HUD, I'll go over to the first person, click on health and make it 1, click on armor and also make this 100%. That's 1 and 1 each. Okay, and now when I hit compile, I should be able to see, when I save this and play this, I should be able to see that nothing is going wrong here. Okay, when I go in, and you can see that it takes away, it takes that 5% away from me, right? So again, if I go in, it takes that and it comes back and it does all of that. Now what I want to do is, while it's inside, I want this to be constantly depleting. Okay, so for that to happen, I'll have to go back to my paint volume, and I'll have to create a boolean variable to check whether the player is already inside the trigger. And if it is so, then if he's inside the trigger, then keep on taking damage. All right, and if he's not inside the trigger, that would be event actor end overlap, which means that he's outside the trigger. Then we'll turn this boolean off and it'll do its thing. Okay, so I'll just create a boolean variable first. Okay, so let's name this variable as is in volume. Okay, and then before we take the damage, what I'll do is I'll get the volume in here, and I'll say set as volume, and I'll set this to true, and then I'll go ahead and ask it to take the damage. Okay, and we're gonna need one more node, so I'll move the tick below, and I'll say end overlap. So that is when the actor or a character is jumped out of the volume. What we want to do now is we want to reset the is in volume variable to its default value, that is false. Okay, so when he's inside the volume, then we're gonna call we're going to set the is in volume to true, and then we're going to take a damage. Now, after this, we're going to see whether the guy is still in the volume or not. So if he's still in the volume, then we're going to ask it to take more damage. That's how we're going to do this. Now, we want to check whether is in volume is true. So we just drag the variable and put it inside the condition. And if it is true, then we first add a delay. Okay, we first add a delay, and we add a delay of, let's say, 0.5 seconds, or it's totally up to you. If you don't want a delay, then it's gonna run real quick. And then once that's completed, I want to take the damage again. I want to call the take damage again. So I'll do that, and I'll just reconnect this to this. Okay, and of course this is something I have to reroute. Not this. uh, I'll just move this a little bit so that I'll understand where it's coming from. There it is. Okay, and there you go. Right, so now that once that's done, I'll just double click here and like that. Right, so that is pretty much it. Now of course I can move this here so that it will look a little neater. Okay, so again, so if this is true, okay, if as in volume is true, then we take damage, and then we check whether it's still true. Okay, and if it's not, then it automatically goes back to is in volume is false, right? So this thing, once the actor ends the overlap, once the actor jumps out, when the character jumps out, is in volume is false, and then it cannot really do anything. It cannot really get inside this code. But if he's still inside, then we wait for zero 0.5 seconds and we go back and call the damage, right? So let's compile this. Let's go back and let's see if this works. Okay, so right now it's 1 and 1, so perfect. Now when I walk inside, and it's gonna start taking okay, I think, yeah, there you go. I wasn't really inside, so now it's gonna start taking the armor away, and then once I jump out, it's gonna start regenerating it, right? So again, I can just move inside again, and now it'll start taking the health away, right? And now if I walk out, uh if I jump out of the volume, you can see that the health stays right there, but the regeneration is happening. Okay, the armor regeneration is happening. So pretty much exactly how we want it, and of course we'll tweak it going forward, but it's working pretty fine. There's one little thing that we'll have to do is we have to go back to HUD, and we have to check whether for the regeneration of the armor, we want to check whether this thing is even regenerating. So if you just go back to, I think, third person character, go to event graph and inside event tech, and this is on complete. So we can say whether event tech, inside event tech, I'll see whether, let's see. So in fact we can create a variable here and we'll say should regenerate. Okay, and this will be a boolean, right? And we'll compile that so that this is inside third person character, and out here, once this is inside the pane volume, first thing we'll do is before we actually even cast it, no, after we cast it, I'll just move this to the right. Okay, and I'll first set, I'll move this guy to the right as well. I'll first set should regenerate to false. Okay, because by default it will be set to true, and we haven't set that yet. We'll do that right now. And also we will add a reroute node like this. That looks better. There you go. Right, and we will set this to false, and then also let's see, we'll also cast this and cast to third person character. Okay, and we don't really need to check for anything, so we'll just make it a pure cast. By right clicking, we'll make it a pure cast that we don't have any execution nodes. And as third person character, we just say should regenerate. That will be true. In fact, we'll add a delay of like 0.1 seconds, delay of 0.1. We don't need 0.2, so it will be a minor wait period, and then it will go back to true. Okay, and go back to third person character, and we will keep this by default as true and save that. Now when you hit play, and now when you go there, that's still on, and when you go inside, you won't see that flicker. Okay, and okay, that's because we haven't really checked here. Even though we have created this variable, we did not really check here. So this will be we'll have to create a branch. Okay, unless the branch is true, unless this is true, unless this is Only if this is true should it go ahead and regenerate. Okay, when I hit compile, when I hit play, this will regenerate because that's going on. I mean, in fact, it's got nothing there. So if I move in, there you go. And now once you go inside there, you won't see that flicker anymore. Earlier you had that flicker. Now when I move out, 0.1 second later, the regeneration is gonna start. Okay, and when again I can walk around and I can do my things, and then again I can walk inside, I can just jump inside the pane volume and it'll start depleting again. Okay, when I walk up the stairs, that will stop, and of course I will not be. Now I can see the entire thing regenerating again and exactly how we want. And we just made a little tweak and we made that look good. Okay, so I'll just wait till everything is fine. Uh, and when I move in there again, re, uh, the depletion is starting and also the health is depleting. And now when you do that, the health is staying the same because the health is not going to auto regenerate. In fact, the health is going to be pickup based. So you might have something to pick up and the health will reach. You will regenerate your health that way, but will not have the health to regenerate automatically like the armor. Right, so that works pretty great, and that's about how to regenerate your armor and take damage away from your health or take damage away from your character. All of this works great, and I'll see you in the next video. Thank you. Welcome back. So now we have this where we have the Spain volume and which also showing up. That's because we had unchecked hidden in game, and when we walk in, and that takes away some armor, and then once you wait for the armor to turn 0, it goes into negative, and then it starts taking the health away like that. Okay, so it works, and we tested that. So next we need is something which is a blood splatter or something like a blood splash image, right? So I'm gonna bring that up. So here it is. This is a blood splash image. So you can easily get it you can just search you can just search the internet for anything that says blood splash image, and you'll get something like this. It's very easy to create. Maybe if you're not an artist, then you can download it for free from the internet. Now this will be displayed every time you get hit. Okay, this is a little transparent in the center. It's got a lot of translucency uh, around the edges, and it has some blood spatter around the corners as well. So that will indicate that you are being hit. But the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to bring in the asset right now, uh, and I'll bring it inside the project, and then we'll start creating a different second widget blueprint where this image will be displayed, and we also have to animate the fading and the fade out of that particular image. So inside UI, I will right click and I'll create a new folder, and I'll call this sprites and images. Sprites and images. I'll create another folder where I can organize. I'll just organize it where I can dump my blueprints. So I'll say widget blueprints, or I can just say widgets. I don't know. Widgets are good enough. And first thing is I'm going to drag and drop it inside and move here. And then inside sprites and images, I'm going to right click and I'm going to go over to import asset, or you can simply drag and drop, but I'll show it this way. And then I'll just bring in the blood splash.png. This is what it looks like. It's got transparency built in. It looks good. This is what we'll be using for creating a blood splash effect, and save that, and everything else is good. And texture group, you can go for the UI part, and that's okay. That just groups it into a certain texture. And I think I'll just close this pane volume for now, and I'll just compile that. That should be good enough. And then now I'll go over to the widgets and I'll create a new widget blueprint. Okay, so I'm going to right click, I'm going to go to user interface, and I'll create a widget blueprint, and I'll just call this damage effect. Right, damage effect, and that blood splash thing is going to come on the screen. It's going to fill up the screen, fade in, fade out, and that's it. That will indicate that you're taking some damage. So I'll open that up, and the first thing I'm going to do, I'm simply going to drag in an image, drop it here. Okay, I'll first center it. I won't center it. In fact, I want this whole thing to I want this image to fill up the whole screen, so I'll simply do that. Okay, and then I'll bring this down to offset 0 and 0. That's okay. And of course the offset right and bottom, I'll just want to check on the resolution of this image. If I hover over, it's 960 by 40, but instead we'll make this 1920 by 1080. There you go. Okay, I think I should let's see, I'll do that. Okay, I'll first say 1920 by 1080. Then I'll set the anchor point to fill, and that's okay. So, and now next up we will simply you know when I collapse the brush, I will be able to set the image, and the image is called blood splash. I'll bring in the blood splash and I'll attach it to that, and there you go. So now this is what it will look like, and I wanted this image to anchor and fill up the whole screen, because regardless of the resolution, no matter what resolution you're choosing, it's gonna cover the entire screen, because that's exactly what we want. We don't want it to be just the center of the screen or anywhere. We want this entire screen to be covered in this blood splash effect. That's what we're doing. And after we select the anchor, and after we set the size of the image, and then we set the anchor and offset left and top to 0 and 0, it's going to set the right and the bottom to its right amount. So it was 1920 by 1080, so exactly it brought it down by 1.9 and 1.08. So that works, that's fine. So I'm going to save that, and again I'm going to say on success only. Okay, that's good. So now we can start working on the fading and the fade in and the fade out effect, as well as when to call this guy in. All right, so great. So the first thing is we'll rename this image because it's a weird name. So I'm just gonna call this blood splash. Okay, and also I want this alpha. If I go over to the color and opacity, I want the alpha to be 0. I want to start off at 0. I'm making the alpha go down to 0 because by default, when you start the game, it's not going to show this effect. It's only going to show when you walk into that volume, and it'll also use this alpha for an animation where the alpha will go up from 0 to 100%, and then it'll come back from 100 to 0 and 100% to 0 again. So that'll be a quick over a span of half a second. So it'll be a quick splash. It'll be a quick flash of this blood splash image. It'll fade in and fade out, and that's it. So just to indicate that you are getting hurt, and it's also a nice animation, right? So once that's there, and just save that, compile that, and save that. Now next we'll add an animation, right? And I'll click on this little animation with this selected, or click on this animation, and let's just name this fade. Simple. And with that selected, we'll have to look for a track. So when you click on this, you can see blood splash, canvas panel slot, and all the named widgets. Now we just want this, so we're going to select this and not the canvas panel slot. We want the blood splash image and not the canvas panel. Okay, so I'm going to select that. Right. Okay, so now that we have the blood splash, we also have to select what track do you want to add to the animation. Now when you click on plus, you're gonna see all of these properties that you can work with. You can work with the clipping, you can work with the color and opacity property of this image, you can work with the cursor, and all of these, the transform and the visibility and all of that. So we want to manipulate the color and opacity, because out here the alpha is 0, right? And with that selected, when you click on this, when you collapse that, you can see that the opacity at 0 seconds is 0. Okay, and we want this whole thing to happen over a second. So I'll go over to half a second, yeah, 0.5, and I'll bring this up to 1. Okay, so that the opacity is 1, and then again I'll go over to 1. I'll scrub down to 1 second mark, and I'll bring it down back to 0, right? So this is 1 and this is 0, right? And when I just hit that, okay, so there you go. It's a quick splash, it's a quick flash. If I hit play, I think that's the yeah, out here. I hit play, they can see that. Okay, hit play again. So that's a quick flash, and that's what it's doing, right? Not bad at all. So this is what we need. Now I'm going to hit compile and save that, and then I'm quickly going to go over to the graph and let's see whether it works. And close all of this. Okay, so now we have this pre-construct, we have the construct and event tech. Now pre-construct is something that's specific to your UMG widgets, but construct is something very similar to what we have as event pick and play in other blueprints. So we're going to use this. So this is audio and animation, so I'm first going to drag this and get fade, right? And then I'll simply say play this animation, play animation, right? And there are multiple playback values that you have that you can do things with. The playback speed, so what kind of play mode it needs to be, should it be forward, reverse, or ping pong, and how many loops you want to play. Now the only thing that I'm going to change here is I'm going to be making this to play twice, right? I just want to check it out, why not? So I'll just hit compile, and of course it's not going to play anything because this is not being shown anywhere yet. Now you have to think, where exactly do you want to show? Now we have this, okay, it's taking damage, right? And this is where you have the take damage 5%. So you can show this here or you can show it anywhere else, but I would suggest that I would recommend that this is the best place to show the damage effect, because this is the character, the player is being hurt, so you need to show the damage out here, right here. So before actually doing that, I'm going to duplicate this a bunch of times. So I'm going to duplicate this and I'm going to make this 10%, 10%. I'm going to make this 10%, and then I'm going to duplicate this again and make this 11%, and control W, and this will be not 11, sorry, this will be 15%, and this would be, let's say, 20%, 20, right? So we got 5%, 10%, 15%, and 20%. Now the reason we are doing this is this could be something like a weapon, which is a pistol. This could be something like, I don't know, a bigger weapon, maybe a UMG or something, you know, uh, and then this might be something like a assault rifle, and this might be something like a shotgun, which has a bigger spread, and close quarters it does a lot of damage. Okay, so that's the reason I'm changing this all to 5, 10, 15, and 20. We'll use that later on for different weapons when we get there, but for now I'll just change this. This will be 0.1, so that'll be 10%, and this will be 0.15. Okay, that'll be 15%, and the last one would be 0.2, which indicates 20%. 0.20, right? So once we compile that and save that, so first we'll check this damage effect for the 5%, and if it works, then we'll take that across to the other damage functions as well. So what we have to do here is we first have to get the player controller, right? Get the player controller, and then we have to say create widget. Okay, and the widget that we want to create is damage effect, right? And then of course we have to add to viewport. There you go, right? So now when you compile this and save this, when this widget gets created, it'll first trigger off the event construct node, and it knows what to do. It just needs to play the fade animation twice in its regular speed, right? So when I go back here and I hit play, and when I go inside, it's not going to do anything. That's because if you go back here, that's because we have a branch, and we are saying, we are checking whether if it's less than 0, and if it's true, then we go ahead and do all of this, and if it's false, we are doing nothing. So we'll change that. So we'll do that for the false as well. So I think I'll just move this a little bit ahead like this, and these guys can move a little behind. Now just move this guy a little bit up like that, and now for the false, we're gonna do the same thing. So I think I can move this guy and this guy towards the bottom like that. Then I can reach out to the false node, and then I just connect that to this, and everything should work as expected. So I hit compile, I hit save, and I go play, and nothing happening right now. And I walk inside the volume, you can see that it's happening, and the longer you stay inside, the more intense it gets. Now when I jump out, uh, the whole effect goes away. Again, when I jump inside, and there you go, I can see that I'm being hurt, and then again I walk out and everything is gone. Now it still stays there because it still has to play that animation. Okay, and it has to complete that animation. It's not going to stop abruptly, but it's looking good. This is what we want. Every time you're getting hit, you are seeing this red, so it blurs your vision, and that adds an amount, that adds an element of challenge to the game. Okay, because when you're getting hit, it's not that nothing is going to happen. Either your camera shakes, or this thing comes up. You can add a bunch of things. You can think of a camera shake when you get hit, obviously, I mean, someone is going to flinch. Person, when he gets hit by a bullet, that person is going to flinch. So instead of flinching, or instead of those animations, we are using a UMG or a UI to denote being hit, denote player taking impact. Okay, so this thing works, but it's still a little odd for me. It's happening twice, and when I jump out, it still stays there. That's because there are two, it has to play twice, and also it has to complete it, because it takes about a second for each animation to complete. Now the easiest fix for that is to go back to your damage effect, and instead of making this 2, I'll just make this 1. Okay, and compile that and come back here, and when I hit play, I'll just first run around everything and check that everything is fine. And now when I run into this from here, and there you can see that it's happening once, and when I jump out, it's happening. Okay, wait, and I think it did not save that, so it's 1. And when I hit play, and there you go, and it just happened once. Okay, and just a quick flash. Okay, and if you want, you can shorten the period of the animation. uh, they go, and I jump out quickly, and that's because it's still playing this particular animation. It's still playing this particular animation. Now of course I can make this is 1 second. Maybe I can make this half of it. So I can copy this, and I can drag this somewhere here. This would be 0.25. Okay, and then this can again be dragged to 0.5, like that. Now let's see, and I don't think I need this, so I can right click, or I can just say I'll just drag this here, like this. So that's about half a second. It's a quick flash, and bam, 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 and just hit, and then back to 0. Right, so when I hit compile, save that, when I hit play, I go inside, and bam, bam, bam. Okay, right, so that's how it works. And when I go back here, and the playback speed is all okay, and everything is fine. Come back here, it when it goes to false, it does that same thing. So everything works fine. I think I'm happy with it. Maybe if you want, you can keep the animation as 1 second, but I think it was a little too long for me. But it's up to you. I mean, it's like it should. That's how it should be. Like, you are being hit, and it's real fast, and then coming back here. I think I'm okay with that. So that's about it, and that's about your taking damage and the blood splash effect. And the next video, we're going to start bringing in the new characters, and we're going to start setting up the animations. So it's about to get a little more complex than what we're doing right now. Okay, so we jumped into the HUD first because we wanted to show something on the screen, and we also wanted this to work. So now that this is out of the way, we can actually focus on animations, and then we'll revisit the HUD part for adding the fancy graphics for the health bar and everything else, and that concerns the HUD. Okay, I'll see you in the next video where we'll start working with animations. Thank you. So what we have so far is this. When I hit play, we have this guy, we have a character running around in a first person mode, a true first person mode, where you can also see his leg. And there's also a pane volume, where when you enter, the armor goes down, and you also have this blood splash effect on the screen. And once the armor goes down to 0, the health will start depleting as such, and then when you step out of it, the blood splash stops, and also the armor starts to regenerate. Okay, all that is great, so we are in the right foot. Anyways, I'll just restore all of these windows, and let's see what we need and what we don't need. I don't think we need the HUD for now. We definitely do not need the damage effect for now. Third person character, we'll have to keep going back to that. Okay, so now that we have all of this, we'll have to bring in the character. The character, the real character. We won't be using this character. Will be replacing this character with our own mesh, and the animations also are gonna change. Okay, so let's try and import this character first. So for that, I'll have to create a new folder inside the content folder. I'll right click and I'll say character. Inside this, I'll be getting in all the character assets, be it the skeletal mesh or the textures and the materials that comes along with it, right? So let's see how to get them in. So I'm gonna go over to where my character is. So I have this particular soldier.fvx. Okay, and then if I double click on that, and this is what I've got. So, and you also have these textures. So first I'm gonna get these. This is the texture here, and it's a complete black dress with nothing. It's a simple black commando dress. And then you have this mesh, and I'm going to drag and drop this over to my FES course project and drop it here. Now inside these import settings, so you have all of this. So this is a skeleton mesh. So I'm going to click on skeleton mesh, and I can also select a skeleton if I want, but I don't want to because this comes along with the skeleton, and we do not want to assign that to any other skeleton other than the one that will come in with the import of this particular asset. Okay, so I'm going to keep that as none, and import mesh checked, skeletal mesh checked. All of these are checked here, and there are a lot of things to explain. I'm not going to go into details into all of these, but I will import the animations because I want the animations to come along, and then everything else I will convert the scene. Okay, that's all fine, and I'll also import the materials and the textures. All right, and then I'll just click on import, and let's wait for all the textures to be imported. Let's just wait. That's good. All right. Okay, so when I click, I'm first going to save them all. So it's all of this, soldier, anim, and everything else. So save selected. And all of these files have been imported into my content browser. Okay, into my project, that is. Okay, so when I double click on this soldier, and there you can see that it's a simple soldier, simple character with black clothes, with black commando dress, something like NSG. And if I rotate around him, and it's simple black clothes and a normal looking soldier. Okay, and this is my mesh. And if I look at the skeleton, and this is what all of these is. If I go over to the animation, and that you have all of these animations. Okay, that's good. And I'm gonna close this now, and I'll also close my soldier skeleton and also the soldier itself. And let's continue with this. Okay, so now that we have all of these characters, but this is just an animation sequence. Okay, we still don't have all of these animations. Even though we clicked on import animations, it's not really baked inside. It was when the character was probably made. They had exported it as separate animations. So I'll have to also bring in those animations. So I'll right click and I'll create a new folder. I'll call this animations. And inside here, I'll go back to my character and I'll go over to animations. And if I don't know, if I double click this, okay, it does not open that in the default model viewer. Okay, I don't know what this guy is. Alright, so I'll select them all by hitting Control A. I'll move them and I'll drag and drop them inside the animations folder inside my project. Now, you'll be presented with this window because you have to assign it to a particular skeleton for the animations to work. I dropped down here and you got all of these skeletons, and this is the one that we need because these are all the skeletons that existed earlier as well when you were trying to import this character inside. So I'll choose a soldier skeleton and I'll say import all. For that, I'll just check everything else is fine. Okay, so everything is fine here. Animation length, and I don't want to mess around with these properties here. It's a soldier skeleton. I'll just say import all and give it a couple of minutes, and it should import all of these animations inside this folder. Now this might take a while depending on the speed of your PC and also the number of animation that it needs to import. Okay, now there's quite a lot of animations that is coming in, so you need to be patient till it completely launches. And once it's done, we'll check out every single animation that is assigned to this particular skeleton, and we'll go through some of them and then we'll start setting them up as blend spaces and whatnot. Right, so that's 60% done almost, and we'll just wait. Yep, 60% done now, and there are about, I believe, 30 to 40 files. So quite a comprehensive model with a bunch of animations. So they have modeled it and they have animated it down to the T. You even have sort of getting a headshot when you're crouching and all of that from the front and all that. So quite a comprehensive character. Let's see, it's 66% done, and there you go, 68. Okay, I think I'll return when this is 100% completely imported. Okay, so it's all done. It took a while because there are, I don't know, there are 50 animations. So, and let it save all of these packages, and let's look at, I'll first save them all just in case, and there are about all of these, quite a lot. Save selected, and then we'll just go and just click any of these animations. I don't know, death from front headshot, and there you go. And all of these, so you can go through each one if you want, but that'll take a long time. So I'll just pick random stuff. I don't know, this is run backward in place. I double click that, this is run backward, and this is reloading in place. Okay, so if I can just scroll a little closer, if I can go a little closer to him and see what he's doing, and decent realistic animations. And then you have sprint backward, left in place, turn 90 degrees right, turn 90 degrees left. And I'm just picking up random animations where I can see, and just to check that it's all working. Alright, great. And then you have the most important one, you got the idle aiming. This is when he is just standing around and trying to aim, looks to the sides or whatever. And then you have idle crouching, then you have idle crouch aiming. Okay, and this is simply crouching without the iron sights on. This is crouching with the iron sights on. And then you have the good old plain idle where he's just standing and doing nothing. He's not aiming. He just got the gun in his hand, but he's not doing anything else. And then you have the crouching 90 degrees left, and death from right, and about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 death animations. So pretty good. And death from back, that's okay. That's awesome. Alright, so quite a lot of work for us to do, because we can pick and choose the animations that we want to implement, as in for the blend space and stuff like that. So I'm going to close that and let's get started, because we have imported them all. We have all the resources that we need. Okay, let's get started. Okay, so there are two things that we're going to need to create. We're going to need to create animation blueprint, an animation blueprint, and an animation blend space. So we'll get started with the blueprint first. So inside the character, we have the animations, and then I'll create a new folder so that I can organize things better. And I'll say, I don't know, skeletal meshes, or skeletal mesh, I don't know. And you have this, that's a skeletal mesh. And I believe I'll drag that in and put it in here, move here, and then I'll right click and I'll create a new folder called physics assets, right? We're not going to use it anyways, so I'll just drop it here, and then I'll right click and I'll create a new folder called skeleton, and I'll drop in the skeleton here, move here. And there's also a soldier anim, which I can just drop it inside here. Alright, it's kind of useless, but it came along with the mesh, so I'm not going to mess around. And then I'll just go over and I'll create a materials folder, and then I'll drag, there's just one material, so I'll just drag this guy and drop him here. That's move here, and I'll go over and I'll change this name of the material to m_soldier body, right? And then come back here and then create a new folder called textures, and this will have all the textures. So this is the diffuse texture, this is the normal, this is a specular, soldier head, I don't know why, soldier head 6, and oh, that's the material. Okay, so this will be m_soldier head, right? And I'll just drop him inside materials and move here. And now all that remains are all the textures. So you have the soldier head diffuse, normal, specular, and soldier body diffuse, normal, and specular. Pick them all up and drop them inside textures and move here. So now it's all pretty well organized and systematically set up into its respective folders. Now all we have to do now is we have to create blueprints, a folder called blueprints, and a folder called blend spaces. Okay, and inside the blueprint, I'm going to create a new animation blueprint. So I'll right click and I'll go over to animation, and out here I'll click on animation blueprint, and it's going to ask us to select the skeleton. Since we are working with the soldier skeleton, I'll click on that and I'll say okay, and I'll name this soldier anim BP. Okay, so that is short for animation blueprint, and instantly right away you can see that it's got the model of the skeletal mesh of our soldier. If I double click on that, you can see this guy, and of course, if you have worked on if you have seen any of the previous courses on Unreal, we created a top-down hack and slash game. So we did work with animation blueprints and blend spaces. Okay, and so this is what it looked like, and since we selected the soldier skeleton, it picked up the soldier mesh and everything, and it put it up here for our preview. Very convenient. Okay, so now that we have this is, since you've been working with blueprints for so long, you must be aware of this by now. This is the event graph, and then you have this anim graph. And so inside the anim graph, this is again another graph, but the nodes are slightly different here. It's more related to animations, but this event graph is more of also more related to animations. But you don't have the event begin play or anything, but that's more context sensitive. It's more related to the context of animations. So in this anim graph, this is the final result. So if you just to draw a comparison, if I go over to the material editor, just click on soldier body, and okay, that's a mess. All right, so this is what you have, right? And of course, if I click on this guy, if I go back here, click on the meshes, skeleton meshes, click on this guy, come here, click on the teapot, and that should be applied to the soldier. There you go. Okay, so that's neat. Okay, so this is what this is, right? I mean, obviously you can't bring in your event begin play or anything, and you have this final result, and where everything gets plugged into all of these little pins, and then it reflects on the material that you're working on. Quite similarly, I'll just save this and close that once that's saved and applied. Okay, why is it taking so long? Okay, there you go. All right, so inside this, now if I go over to the anim browser, asset browser, and if I bring in an idle, and if I bring in, let's say, a jump up, okay, so I can connect this onto the result. When I compile this, and you can see that this guy is constantly on idle. Okay, so now what if I want to play also the jump up while he's doing idle, which is strange, but I want to try. So I want to say, let's also want to play jump up, and I want to see whether it blends. So you can see that once you bring that in and compile, then the idle goes away and this jump up is constantly playing on a loop. But this is not what we want, because this just lets us play one animation at a time. Instead, what we want is we want to figure out what kind of animations can be played at what time, and when, and how long, and how do you want to blend an idle state of the character with an aiming animation. So how do you want to blend that? It shouldn't be snappy, it should be nice and smooth and seamless. And because all these animations are realistic, we make the best use of the realism in these animations to create a perfect blend between any two animations. Because when a normal person, when he's running and when he comes to a stop, he has to have some sort of motor movements, like the whole body pushes forward a little bit, it leans and it forms an angle, and then he comes back. So all of those things can be done very well using blend spaces, and that's what we'll work on. But before that, we'll also have to work on some animation blueprints, and we have to work on a state machine. And state machine is what's going to help us determine when to play what and how much and what's the blend factor and all of that good stuff. Okay, so I'm going to cut the video short now, and the next video when we return, we're going to talk about state machines. We're going to create the state machines, and we'll get started with the walking and the running and the idle animations, and then we'll move on to the aiming and the crouching and the death animations and the jumping and all of that good stuff. So a long way to go. So I'm going to cut short the video. When we return, we'll start working on the state machine. So now we have this, and we just have this final animation pose result node, and our character is standing in the T pose, right? So now we have to have a state machine as I described in the previous video before we ended that video. So I'm going to go ahead and add a state machine for myself. I'll say state machine, and it says add new state machine, exactly what we want, right? And then I'll connect this first, right? And then I'll give it a name. I'll just say walk underscore run. This will be a state machine that will determine when to walk and when to run, and when to go into idle and when to go into walk and when to run. And that will also implement how we blend all of these things together in a beautiful way, so that it looks seamless, right? So now when I compile this right away, it'll start doing this. It'll implement it. All these little particles moving from walk run to the final animation pose node, determining that there is a connection between these two nodes. At the same time, it also has a warning. It says there was no entry state connection walk and run. That's because we have not added any animations in it yet. So I'm going to double click and let's start adding some things. And let's start adding a few things inside here. Okay, also if you note at the top of this, you have these breadcrumbs. So I can actually click on any of these. So if I want, this is the soldier anim BP, that's the main blueprint. And now this is the animation blueprint graph, or the anim graph. And inside that, we have created a new walk and run state machine, not a state, but a state machine. And the states are created inside the state machine. When I double click that, you can see this breadcrumb has been updated with a walk and run that's open right now. Okay, so now you have this entry node, and from here we can go on to a different state. Okay, so since this is walk and run, so we'll say from entry at the offset, I want this guy to go over to idle. So I want to create a state, and I'll call this, okay, I'll call this state idle. Idle, there you go. And from here, I want to create another state from where it can go over to either walk or run. Okay, so walk underscore run is what it's called. And now you can see that it enters into this state machine. It goes on to idle and then goes on to walk and run. Now I also want the character to stop running, and if you want to come back to idle, then I want the state to come back to an idle state, the walk and run state. So I'll drag another arrow and reconnect it back there. So it says, okay, now this indicates that, okay, there's a transition from idle to walk and run, and an arrow here with this symbol below that indicates that there's a transition back to walk and run, back to idle from walk and run. So from the moment you enter the state machine, you can enter the idle state and it'll be in idle, and then you start pressing some keys or doing something, it starts walking and running. And from there, you stop pressing the keys and you want the character to stop and stay in an idle position. It comes back here, and that's how this is all set. That's how this is all set up. Now, if I double click on idle, and it'll take me inside the idle state. So now we can see that breadcrumbs, conveniently notified here. So you have the anim blueprint, then you have the anim graph, then you have the walk and run state. Okay, then you have the walk and run state machine. Then you inside that you have the idle state. Okay, and of course I can go back here, I can double click it, I can also go back into walk and run, doesn't matter. But I come back here, I want to first set up the idle state before I get on to the next state. Okay, so we'll quickly set up this animation idle state, and then we'll move on and we'll go on to something else. So I'm going to bring in the idle aiming, and I'm going to drop it here. Okay, and then I'll connect these two, and then I'll click compile, and then you can see that this guy is now from a T-pose, he is moved on to an idle state, an idle aiming state. Okay, so now you can see that this thing is going to keep on playing in a loop. So when I come back here, and this is a little bit more complicated because this involves your input bindings and all that to figure out where the character is running and what speed he is running in, and that will require quite a lot of scripts. And if I click on this, then you also have to set some of these transition settings and so on, but we won't be doing that right now. But for now, we will pause this. We'll pause this at the idle state. I'm going to close this, or I'm going to keep that open. The next thing we're going to need is right away is we're going to need some blend spaces, and blend spaces is more like a two-dimensional graph where you have a lot of animation placed in different points in the graph, and that will determine the direction that the character has to move in and with what speed. Okay, so it's actually very difficult to explain it in theory, but it's better that when I start working on blend spaces, you can easily follow along. So out here, I'll be creating a blend space. Okay, so for the blend space, I'm going to right click, I'm going to go over to animation, and I'm going to select the blend space, not 1D, but blend space. And I'll call this, I'll again take up the soldier skeleton, and I'll rename this to walk underscore run underscore blend space. Or I don't need walk underscore, I think I'm content with walk run underscore blend space, too many underscores there. Now when I open this up, if you're seeing this for the first time, it's okay. It might look a little complicated, but it's quite simple actually. So down here, this is the most important part of this whole editor, the blend space editor, where you have this grid, and it's a graph that I spoke about. It's a two-dimensional graph. This is the y-axis and this is the x-axis, and these can be different things. These can be parameterized as whatever you want. You can have this as direction, have this as speed, or have this as velocity and something else. Depends on how you want to set it up. So this is a graph, which will control both the parameters, the direction. Let's say we have direction here and we have speed here. So if I move this little thing around, so this is a preview value marker. So when I move this thing around, and if you have animation set up in this graph, then it's going to exactly take that value on the graph at that particular point. So let's say this is direction, and this is 0 to 100, this is speed 0 to 100, and this would be just 25, 50, 75. So this is 75 direction, and this is 75 speed, right? So this will accordingly calculate in which direction the character has to move in and with what speed the character has to move in. Now, if you bring this down all the way to 0, which means that there is no direction, there is no speed, and the character is completely idle, right? So now we're going to set up this graph, and now we also have this asset browser like you saw in this animation blueprint, where you can drag and drop your asset animations from the asset browser and do things with them. And the same thing, we can drag and drop animations into this graph, but before we do that, we have to set it up. And this is the asset details panel, and you also conveniently have the skeleton tree. So if you want to pick up a specific skeleton, a specific bone in the skeleton and manipulate that, then you can do that. But for the most part in this video, we're going to be looking at the asset details, where we'll be setting up the horizontal axis and the vertical axis first, and then we'll go on to adding animations and manipulating them in the blend space, the 2D blend space. So the first thing is, we'll first name the horizontal and the vertical axes. For the horizontal axis, I'm going to name it direction because I want the direction to be there. When I hit enter, you can see the direction the none has been replaced with direction. And the same thing we do for vertical axis. We want speed on the vertical axis. So X has direction and Y has speed. This is a preview marker. This is origin. And whatever you put inside, it's going to manipulate based on whichever point of the graph it is in, and it's going to accordingly change the behavior of the character. Very handy, very simple, and very powerful. Okay, so there's one thing that I want to set up, the minimum and the maximum axis values for both of these axes. Let's look at the one for direction. So let's take a look at speed. So if I go to third person character, and if I look at the character movement, and if I look at the maximum speed, maybe max walk speed is 600. So if I just type in speed, you can see a bunch of things that are there for speed. So you can see that pretty much everything is maxed out to 600. So you have max walk speed as 600. The max walk speed crouched obviously is 300. That makes sense. And then the max swim speed is 300 because people can walk faster than swim. I don't know. And then you have the max fly speed as 600 and the max custom movement speed as 600 as well. So nothing is actually crossing 600. So we'll use the same amount, or we'll use the same value for setting up our speed axis here. So the minimum axis value would be 0 and the maximum would be 600. So once you set that up as 600, you can see that this thing has changed, and also this marker has moved down a bit. And then for the horizontal axis, I want him to rotate 360 degrees. There's no restriction in how he's going to rotate because he can look around 360 degrees around him, right? So for the direction, I'm going to say the minimum axis value would be minus 180 and the maximum axis value would be 180, right? So there you go. And now you can also see that this thing has accordingly moved itself. And also the markers not only has the name changed from none to direction and speed respectively, but they also have the minimum and the maximum values noted down on the graph as -180 to 180 for direction and 0 to 600 for speed. Excellent. Okay, to so figure out what kind of animations fit into what graph. So just to give you a simple primer, so if I just drag and drop something right in the center, and you can see that he's walking, okay? And of course, it doesn't matter because there's no blend space right now. And no matter where you move this preview marker, he's still going to be walking around anyways. So if I hold control, it's going to give me the speed as well as the direction. And if I let go of control, then it's just going to be giving me the speed. Okay, it's going to give me a lot more details than what I am walking with. So right now I'm using walk underscore crouching underscore forward in place. And if I let it go, it's just going to give me the direction and the speed. Okay. And so this is how it works. You drag and drop animations onto the different intersection points in this grid, and then you manipulate it using this and some of the values as well. So we'll learn that. So the first thing is I'll delete this. I let it go back to the T pose. Now this has about, let's say, this has about 1, 2, 3, 4. This is about 4 by 4. That's 16. Okay, that's 60. That's 4 by 4. That's got 16 grids in here, and it's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 3. So that is 15. Okay, so that's 15 animations. So this is a grid space or the blend space graph where we're gonna place different animations. So right in the center, we're gonna be placing walk in place. Okay, so we're gonna be placing walk in place here, and then we're gonna be placing walk left in place out here. So these are all the names of the animations from the asset browser. So you're gonna be placing all of these animations in the different vertices as given by this particular graph. So of course, if you want to figure out how you want him to go around, but once we're done with that, I'll explain how actually we come across to this. So the first thing is I'm going to find out this particular animation, walk underscore in place. Okay, I'm going to find that and walk underscore in place. So let me see if I can find it. You can see in, I don't know, what's the name? In place. Okay, so there you have all of this. This is walk underscore in place. Okay, let me look for walk underscore in place. Okay, there's none there, but let's see. But actually, we can actually use the walk underscore forward in place, so why not? Yeah, that's the exact same thing. So if I bring in walk underscore forward underscore in place and just drag and drop it here right in the middle center, he's gonna walk like that. Okay, he's not gonna run. He's gonna walk in a cautious position, cautious position. Okay, so the reason we put it up in the middle is because this is supposed to be the average speed or the normal speed. Now, this is because it's 0 to 600, this is 300, which is the normal speed. So when you get it to 600, he's not really walking, he's running. Okay, so for that, we will look for, let's say, run forward in place, and I just drop it here. And if I refer to this graph again, it says run underscore in place. So walk in place, run in place, and then you have walk backwards and walk backwards in place. And that's because when you have the speed, the direction is 180. So this is going to be walk backwards in place and in place. So if I look for walk backward in place, if I can find it, walk backward in place. Okay, and then again walk backward in place out here. Okay, so now this is extreme left and the extreme right, but there has to be something in the middle, right? What if he is walking, if he wants to walk left and right? So you also have those animations. So if you click on these animations here, this is walk, no preview mesh. Let me see if I can add a preview mesh. Let's see, I can bring them down here. I think right to asset, no preview mesh. All right, fine. I think I'll not bother with that for now. But yes, so this is walk. I want to look for walk left because that's what it says here. I have to walk left, and this is walk right because the direction's also changing and the speed is not so high. So I want, this is supposed to be left and this is supposed to be right. So if you look for walk left in place, there you go. That's walk left in place, and I drop it here, and then I look for walk right in place and I drop it here. Okay, so now that we have this, So let's also add, this is run forward in place. So, and if this is backward, then this is going to be run backward in place. So if you look for run backward in place, if I can look for that, run, there you go. So there's run backward in place. So I'm going to drag it and drop it here. And this is going to be also run backward in place right about this. I'll drop it here. Now let's try and preview this, what it looks like. Okay, so I can hit shift and I can start previewing this. I can see that, you know, this guy is moving to the right. Okay, and if I move him up here, he can actually, he's he's running backwards. And if I do this, he's going forwards. And then if I go all the way up here, he's running backwards. Okay, and he's actually running backwards, I believe. Yes. Now if I just move this around, this is okay, this is run backward in place. That's right. So he's actually running backwards. Again, if I move here, he's moving to the left, because that's move forward in walk left in place. And if I keep moving out here, he is still walk backward in place. Okay, and then again, when you go back here, he is going all the way to running. And then I can keep on, I can move him anywhere. I can move this cursor anywhere to see how the direction and the speed is being affected by this graph. Quite neat and quite convenient. And again, if I come here, he is going to be walking. This is walk right in place. And then I can do that, and he's going to be walking backward in place slowly, and then he starts running backward, right? And then again, when I move him across here, he's going to slightly move to the right. He's going to stop, not stop, but slow down and move to the right, and then he is going to be walking. So you can see how it's blending neatly. If I want him to start moving forward from moving right, you can see that, no, it's actually slowing down and he's turning around neatly, and he's not snapping. That's why a blend space is important. Okay, and you can see that's pretty neat. And the same thing for here. So when I am here, he's walking left, and then I slowly move him towards move the cursor towards the right, and he's turning around. You can see the legs turning around, and you can see that there's a rotation. Now he starts to walk. Now the legs are aligning, and then he starts walking like that. Okay, from here to here, you can see the transition is quite smooth. That's pretty neat. In fact, we also have to add something here. So if I can look for run backward in place, this is walk left in place, and this is all the backward thing. So this is run forward in place, and this is, yeah, this is run forward, walk forward in place, and this should be walk run forward run forward in place. And you can do this, and then this is run backward in place, and this is walk left in place, and this should be run left in place. So, and if I see, let's see, okay, so this is going to be this is walk left in place. So the opposite of that, right above that, is going to be run left in place. I'm going to drag this and drop it here. That's going to be run left in place, and this is right, walk right in place, and this should be run right in place. There you go. And now if I start moving this guy around, and if I hold control, it's going to tell me where exactly I am and what animations are being played. And you can also see the blend value. So right now it's playing run forward in place. That's 0.76 percentile, and you can see the percentage of what's playing. It all should be adding up to 1. And then you have higher number of, and then you have, this is walk right in place, and this should be run right in place. And then if I move this towards here, and he starts running forward, and if I do that, he starts running forward here, he starts running left. And then if I move him all the way there, then he starts moving left. And then again, if I move him just around there, all running animations, and you can see that he starts running backwards as well. That's great. Okay, so now all that remains to be done by referring to this little graph is, this is all idle aiming. That's 5 of them towards the bottom. That's because the speed is 0. So when the speed is 0, it doesn't matter what the direction is. He's just going to be rotated around that place, and he just have to change the direction of the player, of the character, but he's still going to be at that idle state. So we look for our idle, this one, that is the no, that not this. The basic one is going to be idle aiming. So he's never going to be idle standing doing nothing. He's still going to be aiming always on alert. So I'm going to be dragging and dropping the idle aiming animation across 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 of these spots. So drag and drop them here, drag this here as well, and drag this here as well, drag this here as well. Okay, so now let's preview this. I'm going to hold shift, or I don't actually have to hold shift. I can just do that, and if I hit control, then it's going to be showing me all the details of what direction it is and what speed it is and what the weightage of each of these animations that's at that particular point is, and they all add up to 1. Okay, and now this is idle. Okay, and from here I'm again moving down to idle. No big deal, he's not moving, he's still in idle. And again idle out here. If I move him down, if I just move him up a little bit, you can see that he starts to move his legs and he's about to move forward. Okay, and now he's going to move forward, and now the speed increases, and now he starts running, and he is sprinting right now. Now again, if I, let's say if I move here like that, and he's going to be moving to the left. I think that's right. Yeah, that's right. He's moving to the right, and then again I slowly bring him down below this particular line. You can see that he is about to stop, so he'll slow down drastically, and now he'll stop here and he'll start his idle aiming animation. So he's going to stop there. Again, I can move him anywhere I like and return him back to idle. The blend is happening fantastically, so no issues there, and it's very snazzy, it's very convenient, and it's all looking beautiful. Okay, so that was about setting up the blend space, and all you have to remember is this. So you can either have walk in place, or you can also have idle, depends on how you want it. But because this is the center point is a speed 300, nobody stands idle at speed 300. All the characters have to stand at, and they have to be in idle at speed 0. That's why the idle animations are all in here. Now you can also do this. You can also click on this to show the animation name. So if you can see that, like now I can see all the animation names that have been placed inside. So now it says run in place 8 and run forward in place 1. So this is 0, 1, and then you have must be having 2 somewhere. So this is how we place these animations one after another. I believe that's what the numbers are. So, and we place the last 5 animations down at the bottom. So that's why the last 5 items or the numbers are 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14. Okay, so this is the order in which we place these animations. So this is 0, 1, 2, then you have 3, and then you got 4, and then you placed, I don't know, where's 5? I don't know. I would see. I think this is 5. This should be 5 because it's actually overwriting, covering the other animation name, and so on. So that's not important. But what's important is you have the animation names, and you can also say show triangulation. And now you can also figure out where exactly. Now, if you want to stand in the middle, now you want half of idle animation, you want half of walk forward in place, you want half of this, you want half of that. And now if you click on this, if I hold control, I click, and if I hold control, you can see that it's got idle animation, it's got walk forward in place, okay, and it's got walk right in place. Of course, it doesn't have idle animation again, idle aiming again, because that's the same animation. Now let's say if I bring this down here, so I think this detail should be different. This should read differently. So if I do that, and if I hit control, and then you can see now you have 4 animations being blended together, and it's doing a fantastic job. It's got a direction of 45 degrees, and it's got a speed of 449, which is pretty much close to sprinting. And then he's walking right in place. He's also running right at the same time, which is between walk and run. Then he's also walking forward in place, and he's also running forward. So he's running right and forward. There's a mixture of that, and it's pretty much the same. If you look at the weightage, it's 0.25, 0.25, 0.24, 0.2455. That's because I'm not exactly holding it right in the center. I don't think I can ever get it bang in the center, but it's pretty close. So it's doing all of those animations, blending through all of those animations extremely well. So this is about the blend space, and when we move forward, we'll start using these blend spaces and manipulating the animations inside the animation blueprint. So that's about this for the blend space. So I left you in the previous video at this particular state. We have all of these animations set up, and we also have the animation names. If you are kind of annoyed by this, you can just, if you just want to check the name of the animation, so all you can do is simply click on this and that will go away. And of course, if you hate these grid lines as well, you can make them go away by clicking on this. So animations are all set, and we also previewed it. It all works fine. Now the next step for us is going back to the animation blueprint. Remember, this is the blend space, and if you look here, you can find the animation blend space, and this is the new blend space. I don't know where it's coming from. So if I right click and okay, I don't know, if I click on that and if I right click, nope. Okay, so if I click on this, I don't know where that came from, but our blend space is called a walk run blend space. Again, if I right click, and now I can go and browse to asset. But again, I'll just double check that everything is right, and I don't think there's any issues here. So I'll just go and fix up redirectories in the folder, and if I come back to the animation blueprint, I can still see that. I don't know where it's coming from, but I'm not going to bother. If I look around, it says it's inside character blend spaces, and if I but I'm not able to find anything in there. I think that's just a default one which is not able to load, but that's okay. So now, in order for this thing to work, it's working fine in the blend space, but we have to translate that into the animation blueprint, right? So for that, we have to actually set up these states here. So, and we'll do that inside the walk and run. So when I double click, and this is going to set up the walk and run, now we will start manipulating. We'll start drawing out the values from the walk run blend space, and we will be supplying that to the final animation pose inside the result node here. Okay, so look for your, the walk run blend space, the one that we just created, and drag and drop it here, and that will be coming in as a node. Okay, and once that's done, you have to connect these two so that there's a connection. So whatever values are coming in from here, that will be passed on to this final animation pose. And based on this, so let's say if I give it a direction of, the direction is from minus 180 to 180. So if I give it a direction of, let's say, 120, and the speed as, let's say, I don't know, 250, and when I hit compile, it's not going to do that. That's because the node is not using any blueprint, so it's not going to work. So I'll go back and I'll replace that to the default, because we haven't really set up the blueprint on event graph yet. So it's not going to do anything until you actually call this, but the connection is made, which is an essential first step. Okay, so first things first. So now that we have this, it doesn't know where the direction and the speed is coming from. So it's got no input whatsoever. And even if you are giving any inputs or direct values out here, it's still not activating that inside the event graph. Okay, and because that needs to happen inside the update animation or a bunch of other nodes, which we'll talk about later. But first things is, we want these things to be coming in as variables, and we cannot really access these pins here without actually having a variable or some sort of connection with the blend space itself. So the best way to do it is to right click and go ahead and promote that to a variable and name this as, this is a direction, so I'll just call this direction. Simple. And then again right click and promote this to a variable and bring this down here. So line them up nice and good. Okay, and rename this to speed. So we have two values, we have two variables, direction and speed. Now when I compile, it's still not gonna do anything because these are still just variables sitting out there. Now which needs to be manipulated, which remains to be manipulated through our event graph inside. Okay, so now that we're in here, we have to do a bunch of things. First thing is, let's add a sequence node so that we can do things in a sequence. And the reason we have a sequence node is so that we can execute a bunch of things one after another and in a neat fashion, right? So, and then in 0, in the first one, so first thing is, we have to cast this to a character. We are casting this to a character and not our third-person character. That's because we won't be using the third-person character later on. Instead we'll be using our own character, which is based on a character. That's why we're casting it to that. Now, also, this has to come in from somewhere, because this does not have a reference. It needs to come in from somewhere, and it needs to know what to cast to character. So I'm going to pull out a wire from here, and I'm going to say try get pawn owner. So this is going to try and get the pawn owner for us, then cast that to a character. Okay, and then after that, from the try get pawn owner, I will first say get rotation. Okay, and that should be I'm setting it up. I'm calling all of these functions so that I can set up the direction and the speed. Okay, so we have a direction, we have a direction fixed. Now let's also fix for our speed. So I will say velocity, and this will be getting the velocity of the particular actor or of the particular pawn. Okay. Okay, so the first thing is, now that we have this, we have calling the functions, it's returning a vector, and this is also returning a vector. No, it's actually returning rotator. So we're going to be using these two, the output from these two functions, to calculate the direction and the speed, which will later on go inside this, and which will go inside the final animation pose. And hence, we actually, essentially what we're doing through code is we are trying to simulate this particular function out here. As I'm moving this marker, and it is actually calculating the speed and the direction, and then it's blending all the animations and it's setting it up. That's exactly what we are trying to do inside the code, because we cannot really count on blend spaces to do it for us. In fact, we have to do it ourselves. So as a character, we can, if once you cast to character, we can actually call in a bunch of functions that are specific to the character. So there's a function called calculate direction. Okay, that's going to calculate the direction. Very handy function. And if you hover your mouse over that node, it says returns degree of the angle between velocity and rotation forward vector. Okay, and of course the range of return will be from -180 to 180, and this can be used to feed blend space direction values. So it's very specific with its utility. It needs a bunch of values. It needs a bunch of input as velocity and a vector and a rotator, and it calculates the direction, and this is going to serve the blend space calculations for us. So quite a handy function. Now the target is going to be self. There's going to be nothing else. The return value will be connected to the velocity because I want to pass that in, and also we want to connect the return value as the base rotation. From the get actor rotation, the return value will be connected to the base rotation of calculate direction node. Now we have the direction, okay, and now we also need the speed. So the way we're going to do that is we're going to directly set up the speed. We're going to set up the speed, and the speed is going to be, let's see, we already have a vector, okay, and this is a velocity. We want to convert that into speed, and speed is a scalar value while velocity is a vector. That's why it's returning a vector. So the best thing to do is to calculate this, convert this into a float value. So that would be a vector length squared. Okay, so this will return a float for us. As you can see, this is returning a float, and that gets plugged into speed. So now we are setting up the speed as well as the direction. Okay, so we have actually set up the speed, but before we set up the speed, despite us calculating the direction, we did not set up the direction. So let's do that first. I'm going to set the direction now. Say set direction, put them up here, connect that now, and just connect this return value to the direction of the direction variable. So now we have a neat little, okay, I think this should go up here. It's all in the same line like this. That's good. Okay, and so now we have a neat little method of calculating the speed and the direction based on the velocity of the player is moving in, and also the direction that the player is looking at. Okay, with all that set up, I'm going to hit compile, and again it's going to show me two warnings. There are no results, and it's also firing this up, but it's not going to do anything right now, and because it doesn't know it, what it's actually saying here is it will never be taken. Please connect something to can enter transition. Now if I click on this, it's going to come in here. Okay, that's because it's the idle to walk to run. The rule meaning when I go back to walk run the state machine. So there are two states out here. There's one as idle and there's one as walk run. Now it doesn't know where exactly to go. Okay, this is idle to walk run and this is walk run to idle. So we haven't yet told the engine when to transition from idle to walk run, which is what we're going to do. So when I double click that, it's going to come here, or you can that's what this warning is all about. It says that you have to connect something to can enter transition, and you also have to connect something to walk run back to idle. Yeah. Okay, so the way we're gonna set this up is it's actually asking for and can enter transition. Now if you just want to check it, if you just want to test it out, you can simply check this on, and it will directly enter the idle to walk and run. But otherwise, if you actually you want to test based on the speed or the walking speed of the character, you have to look at the speed of the character and compare it against a certain value. So think, I can say float greater than float, float greater than equal to float. Okay, and first I'll have that. So now this is going to be the speed value, and now we have to figure out what value should it be greater than equal to or greater than, in order for the player to enter the blend space of running. Okay, so and this can be, you can either add it here directly or you can create a variable. So let me create a variable, and I can say idle to run, threshold, I guess, threshold, and this will be a float, and I compile this, and this will be, let's say, a value of 10. Okay, the default value is 10, and I'll say let me add that here. Okay, so if speed is greater than equal to 10 for that moment, this can enter the transition. Okay, and I compile that, and now we have to also take care of the walk run to the idle transition, and then we can test it out. Okay, so now you can either check, in fact I'll just put this here because I don't need anything more complex. So it's all in the same line, it's looking good. Now one thing remains is walk run to idle will never be taken. Please connect something to can enter transition. Now you can either go back here and you can double click on this, or you can simply click on this because it's actually giving it to you, it's giving it away to you. So I can click on this and I can enter there, or if you want to enter, if there is no warning here and you don't know how to enter, then these are the buttons that you got to double click and it will take you in there. So again, out not here, but if I go to walk run and if I double click this, this is what we implemented. Come back here and this is what remains to be implemented. So I double click that, and now we do the same thing but in opposite. So we again look for less than equal to this time, in fact float less than equal to float. Okay, float less than equal to float, and again we're going to check whether the speed is less than equal to idle to run threshold. So if speed is less than 10, then it's going to be entering the idle, it's going to enter back in the idle state. Okay, if it's greater than 10, it's going to be entering the walk run state. Okay, so if I compile it now you can see that all the warnings are gone. It was an error, they weren't errors but they were warnings. So now if I want to check this out, I think I can maybe move this out here a little bit, maybe increase the size of the window. Okay, and if I just say this, and let's say floor, turntable, camera follow. Okay, and let's see, previous scene settings, they're all here. That's okay. So going back to details, I don't have to go back to details now. I'll just go over to the anim preview editor and let's test this out. So now with the direction of, let's say the direction is 10, okay, and the speed is, let's say, 250. Okay, and now you have something between 0 to 600, which is not even half speed. So he's kind of walking very slowly. So if I say 350, he'll be walking a little faster, and if I say 450, he'll be walking even faster. 600, he is sprinting. Now I change the direction. Let's say I make him move to 25, and he's turned right. If I say minus 25, he's turned left. Okay, and I say, let's say minus 100, he is going to turn all the way to the right, and so on. So it's working. So if I can go back to 0, he's heading straight down. And let's say I say 100 or minus 180, and he's going to move backwards. Now again, the speed can be manipulated as well. So if I bring him down to 120, he's going to walk slowly backwards. And 0, he's going to be standing there and idling away, because everything depends, the whole motion thing depends on the speed that he's going to be running, the speed at which the character is moving. Now conveniently, you also have the idle to run threshold. So if you want to manipulate this, let's say I want to manipulate this to, let's say, 20. Okay, I want to say 20, and let's say if I say 15, nothing's going to happen. That's because and if I bring in the direction here, he's still idling away, so the speed has to be a little greater. So let's say 20, and even that's not going to happen. So if I say 21, you start slowly moving out, and 25, and there you go, and 30, and there you go, 40, 50, and he's slowly walking. And let's say 100, he started to walk. Okay, and he is walking very cautiously. And if I say 150, so he's gonna walk like that. Now it's pretty evident. And I move the direction backwards, and I say 180, and he's moving slowly at the same speed backwards. Now, of course, if I bring it back down to 20, he's gonna stop right there. Okay, so it works. We've seen that it works pretty fine. So I'm gonna set this back to its original values, and this original value is 10, and everything is good enough. Okay, compile that, save that. So now the only thing that remains is to set up this character in the game, because we know that the animation works. Okay, and of course it says switch to edit the preview instance properties. If I click that, and it says changes made to preview only, changes will not be saved. Okay, and so on. Okay, and so I'll see in the next video where we can set up this character now, and I think I'll reset it back in its original form, and this is also good enough. And thankfully, because we have this camera follow, so we're not going to lose the character. In fact, if I take away camera follow, and if I check this, I say 250, and still have the camera follow, but it's still better to have the camera follow on. Anyways, back here and hit apply. There you go. So this is going to be a super short video on changing our character, the third person character, to whatever we have created so far. So I will be clicking on this guy and going over to the viewport and click on the mesh, and instead of using the sk underscore mannequin that came along with it, we're going to be using our soldier mesh. Okay, and the moment we do that, he's going to be standing there in the T-pose right away. And also at the same time, we also have to change the anim class, because we're saying that we want to use the animation blueprint, but we're not actually telling the engine which blueprint we want to use. So I'm again going to be looking for our soldier underscore anim blueprint, which we had created here. So I'm going to click that, and there you go, he instantly comes to life in his idle pose. Okay, that's the first thing that he's got going on. So that's it. And then I'll just look at the camera, the follow camera, and I'll first reset the values here and also reset the values here. And of course, I'll also bring that like this. Okay, and maybe move this like that. I think that should be about right. I don't know if I can socket him to the head. I don't know. Is there a head here? There you go. Okay, so I've socketed that to his head, and I think the camera needs to be rotated along. Let's see, like this. That's the actual camera. I believe that's the actual camera. This I don't know. I think that's about right. Maybe no. Let's see. I think that's good. Now, also, this guy is not entirely, covering this capsule, so I'll scale him up a little bit. So I'll just do that. I think I'll turn off the snap here, and I'll scale him up like this. That's perfect. There you go. All right, great. Now, I think if I just add a new camera, I just want to check what it looks like. So if I say camera, I just want to see the orientation where this handle comes in. So the handle is here. So handle is perfect. Okay, fine, great. So now when I hit compile, and when I go back and when I play the game, and now I can see my hands, and I can also see the teeth, which is kind of creepy. I can also see the eyeballs, very creepy. But you can see that, he is actually running, and if I walk sideways, the animation is also working. Now, the simplest fix here is to go back to the character and just move the camera a little bit ahead of the head so that it looks good. Now, again, I think I'll just move him. This has to be 0, and move him ahead of the face. I don't know, this will work. I think that's good enough. Now I can see my legs, and I can move around, and if I see my legs, I can see that the strafe and everything is working. I think the camera just needs to, I'll turn off my snap and I'll just move him a little to the right. a little to the front, not to the right, and so that I don't see internals of my own clothes. So when I look down, I think a little bit even more down, like this. There you go. Great. So now I can see my own legs, and I can walk around, I can run around, or maybe a little bit to the left. No, there you go. Think that's good enough. Let's see. I want to see both the hands. Okay, now I can see both the hands at the same time. That's weird. I think I'll just turn this off first, and I will, let's see. I'll first get rid of this. Okay, and okay, I can't really stop that, so I'll bring it back to soldier and MVP, and then I'll get this guy onto the head top end. Okay, and let's see if I can rotate him a little bit. Come on, like that, and let's see. Okay, this is not bad at all, and I can see my own legs, and I can also see my lower jaw, which is kind of creepy. And if I think I'll have to arrange it a little bit more. Okay, that's perfect, and that's about right. And maybe just a tad bit to the front, like this. Let me just go ahead and get rid of this, and I'll click on the camera, and I'll move that here, and now I'll just move this, and now I can actually rotate 90 degrees. Okay, and maybe, I don't know, let's test this out. It's not going to be perfect. Yeah, so again, I'll click on him and move him to the right, front, like that, so that I can see both the hands. The hands, if I can see it right, they're all black in color. I think it's okay, just a little bit like that. I don't know if this is good. This is the right way. There you go. I can see it. I can see my hands at least, and maybe I just want to move him towards the right, like this, and move that a little bit to the right. That's front, not right. And now I can see like this. That's good. There you go. Uh-oh. Up here. I think I should actually go ahead and connect it to my head top end and reset all of these guys. There you go. And maybe move him like this and rotate him 90 degrees. And if I check that, that looks about right. Just move him to the front and bottom. Yep, let's see. Great. Now I can see my hands when I look down, and I can see my feet. I think that looks about great. Alright, so, and also when I look down and I'm moving around, I can see that the animation states are also working. Okay, there you go. And if I look there, and oh, it actually goes in. That's because there is no collision. And when I go inside, I am getting hurt, and I walk in, I can see my legs. There you go. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, great. So this was about setting up the character, and I'll see you in the next video. Thank you. Welcome back. So what we have so far is we have this guy, and we can also see our hands, and we have changed the character from the third person mannequin to our own character, the soldier. It's got literally black hands. That's okay. And then he's running around, but he's actually running around empty-handed. Okay, there is no weapon here, and also at the same time, I believe that we have to rotate our camera a little bit more because it's looking sideways. Okay, so I think I'm gonna go back to my third-person character and look at my camera again. So first I'll do that. Okay, and I'll move him to the left a little bit, right to the center of the head, and we play. There you go, and I can see both the hands, and maybe I think a little bit more like this. And if I do that now, and now I can see both the hands, and maybe move a little bit to the back like that so that I can see the hands perfectly fine. And there you go. Okay, I have to look around. If I move him to the right, okay, like that, and there you go. Okay, I'm fine. I'm fine with this. So a bunch of hands, I mean just a couple of hands looking around. But in fact, if you have to go and change the parent socket to head, you can also do that. That's also fine. You can move it like this. If I play, I should be able to see both my hands, but at the same time, I need to move this to the right and a little bit ahead. And let's see. Okay. This is not easy, but it has to be done. Goes to the right, like that. And now let's see. Okay. And now I can see my legs as well, but I have to move all the way down here, so I think I have to move this a little bit to the front. And if I move this to the front, then I think it's hard to see the hands. Okay, let's see what happens. Okay, now I can see my legs moving around, and there you go. Okay, I still don't think it's perfectly aligned. I don't know if I rotate it this way, what's gonna happen. Let's see. I hit play. Okay. I think I'll just go over and do it this way. That's the right way. And maybe it's not in the center. I'll click on the camera again, and let's see. It's not really in the center of the head, so I'm gonna move it like this. That's about the center of the head. Now I can see my legs as well, and maybe move this a little back. Okay, I can see both the hands. There you go, and I can see the legs as well. Okay, so I think I'm going to stop stressing over the position of the camera for now, and I'll just hit save and I'll keep it there. But now we have to add, an AK-47 or some weapon. We have to give him some weapon instead of. Right now he's just running empty-handed. Okay, and he's running empty-handed, and it's no good. He has to fire something. So let's give him a weapon first. But before we do that, if you notice this, I'm hitting play, and if I'm moving around, if I stop, it stops right away. Okay, it's not really blending between my walking and all of that, so it's actually simply stopping right away. Okay, and I want that to, I don't want that to happen, and all of that happens in the walk run blend space, because out here the interpolation time is 0, and if you hover over here, it says interpolation time for input. When it gets input, it will use this time to interpolate to target used for smoother interpolation. Okay, so right now it's 0. So we set this to 1 for both axes. And now if you save and if you hit play, and if I walk around and if I stop, and you can see that there's a smooth animation. It's a lot more smoother than what it used to be. Okay, so which is good, and I still think that I'm not getting the right feeling about it. I don't know, but I think I'm going to stop. And like I said, maybe just 1 second. If I can go over and let me first do it like that. And first I'll rotate it like this, 90 degrees maybe, 90 degrees, not 100, 90 degrees, and give this a rotation of, I don't know, this is good. No, wait, this would be 90. 90. Okay, now when I hit play, I can see both the hands and I can also see my legs walking around. So, and maybe I'll just move this a little bit. I'll turn off the snapping on both of these and I'll just move here, and I'll just move him here a little bit. And like that. Okay, and let me hit play now. I'm still gonna have these issues. I'm gonna see through the character. That's because I have to move him a little bit further to the front, like that. There you go. Great. So now we can attach. I think no. We go to the top. What about this? Great. And now if I move and if I stop, he is stopping gradually instead of snapping. Okay, so I'm going to save that. I'm not going to revisit it until much later, and compile that. Everything is good to go. Now we can start adding the weapons in here. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to create another folder like we created it for character. I'm going to create another folder for the weapon, or in fact I can just say assets. Okay, and I can drag the character and drop it inside assets and say move here. Okay, and it's going to move everything, and then inside assets it's going to clean up all the assets. Okay, that's fine. Great. So now it's inside assets. Now I can go ahead and create another folder called weapons. Okay, now inside weapons I'm going to create another folder called AK-47 and one more folder called M4A1 because we might give him a second weapon. So that's a rifle, assault rifle. Both of them are assault rifles. And inside AK-47 again I will create a new folders. I'll say materials. Okay, if you want, inside assets, so whatever all these characters, all these folders that we have created, we can just have one set of these folders, and you can drag in and you can simply create different animations. Like this can have animations, this has animations of character as well as for weapons. You can either do that, that's one parent folder, or you can create different folders, parent folders, and you can create the same kind of folders that you have here. That depends on you. In fact, let's do that. Inside inside of character, let's change this to, let's actually bring this out, and I'll say move here, and let me move it back outside, and I'll get rid of assets, the folder, and rename the character to assets. And I think this will not come out, and I'll just actually bring it down here, move here. Yeah, I had to unparent it. In fact, I was trying to parent it again to the same folder. Now it should come out. Also, once it's done cleaning up all the old assets. So it's out. Okay, and the weapons, I can delete these because I don't need them. I can delete both of these folders and say yes, I want to delete them both. This can be renamed to assets, and inside the assets, takes a long time. Inside animations first, I'll create a new folder. and I'll call this character. Okay, and I'll call this another folder. I'll call this weapons, and maybe we'll have animations later on. So inside weapons, I'll have two subfolders, one for AK-47 and one for M4A1, M4A1, right? And now inside animations, select them all and move them inside character and say move here. Now it's gonna move all the animations. We're gonna do pretty much the same thing for all the other characters so that we can keep it all organized. And then inside assets, we have blend spaces, and again for blend spaces, let's say close that, and this will be again character and weapons, character, and I'll first move here, and again create another folder called weapons. Okay, and we don't need to have subfolders inside, that will be too much. And then again for blueprints, character and weapons, put the character inside the character folder, or the character anim blueprint, soldier anim blueprint. And for the materials, again gonna do the same thing. So character and weapons. Okay, and select these guys, put them in character, move them to the character folder. Physics assets, same thing, character, and weapons, and drag and drop it inside character. There you go. Skeletal meshes, character, weapons, right click, new folder, weapons, drag the soldier mesh, drop it in here, good to go. For skeleton, again new folder, character, and first drop that inside, and that's a soldier skeleton. Move in, and again right click and say new folder, weapons. And we do the same thing for textures. That's the last part, and select them all, move inside character, good to go. Finally weapons. Now we are good to import the weapons. So I'll do that inside skeleton meshes, inside weapons, and I'll go back and I'll bring in the AK-47. In fact, I'll bring them all. Now I'll bring this AK-47 and the M4A1 and select that. I'll drop this in here, and we want to bring this in as a skeletal mesh, and we're not going to select the skeleton, and we want the engine to create a skeleton for us exactly what we want. So I'm going to keep this as none, so it'll create a skeleton for us. And then after that, I'll say import materials and textures, that's okay, and I'll just say import all, and import all. Okay, so you can ignore that. And once you come here, you can see that you have the silencer, the M4A1 weapon 2, the AK-47 physics asset, and the AK-47, and this is silencer, weapon 2, and AK mat. So let's first rename these materials. So I'm going to name this to M underscore AK-47, AK-47, and this will be, I think that's the mesh itself, and this is silence. This would be the M4A1. So I'll just rename this to M4A1, and this will be M4A1 underscore silencer, and I can get rid of this M4A1 silencer. Alright, and this is the material, and this is the material for the silencer, M4A1 silencer, A1 silencer, and this would be the material for M4A1 itself. So M underscore M4A1, and this is the mesh, the static mesh. This is the physics asset. This is the skeleton asset that created for AK-47. In fact, I'm gonna get in the M4A1. I'm gonna re-import that. I'll right click and I'll say delete, and I don't know why it's not. I'll bring this back in. I'll just bring in the M4A1 and drop it here, and I'll say I want this to be brought in as a skeleton mesh and no I'll just say clear. I want it to create, so I'll just say import. Or in fact, I can use the AK-47 skeleton. I don't know. Let's see. If something goes wrong, we can re-import it again. So I'll just import all, and it says fail to merge bones. No to all. So it won't actually bring that in as a skeleton mesh. That's okay. So this is AK-47 skeleton, M4A1, M4A1 weapon, M4A1 physics asset. Okay, that's great. And this is the M4A1 underscore silencer, and this is the physics asset. So I'll rename this as PA, or I'll just call this PHYS physics asset, or PHYSA underscore AK-47. Renaming is extremely important. And this is AK-47 skeleton, great. M4A1 silencer, and this is M4 physics asset for the silencer. So that would be PHYSA M4A1 silencer. Okay, and then this is the weapon itself. The preview mesh generate doesn't match to the skeleton. Would you like to regenerate skeleton? Yes. And if I hit F, and that's M4A1 looking great in all its glory. And this would be M4A1 weapon. So this is the weapon itself. This would be M4A1, and this would be PHYSA, that's physics asset underscore M4A1. That's great. And everything else has been named. And of course, this has to be called M underscore silencer. I won't bother naming it as M underscore M4A1. This would be M underscore M4A1. Okay, so now we have all of this. I'll just save all. Yes. And let's see. And let's put them all in their respective folders. So first thing is the mesh. That's where it is. And so I'll grab the skeleton. There's no skeleton for M4A1, so I'll grab the skeleton and drop it inside weapons. That's the AK-4. Go back here, weapons and skeleton, and move here. Okay, so that's moved there. This is the M4A1. That's the skeleton mesh. This is the silencer. That's okay. Now select all of these guys and move them inside materials, weapons, and move here. That's gone. And now these are the physics assets for all the three. I'll create a new folder called physics assets. Now we might not be using this at all. Oh, we already have it. Okay. All right. So if I go back to weapons, and I'll just drag all of these guys and select them and drop them inside weapons. That's the physics asset. Okay, and now it's time for us to bring in the textures, and inside here I'm gonna bring in all of these textures for M4A1 diffuse and everything and drop them inside. Hang on for a few seconds, and that should be in, and it says normal was imported as a normal map, of course, and then save all just in case. And there you go. Now you have the AK diffuse, AK normal, AK specular, and M4A1 diffuse. That's great. Okay, so now that we have all of that set up, let's actually go ahead and set up the materials for that. So we have the AK-47 here, and this is actually what it looks like, and it's got nothing, and so we have to change that. This is a normal diffuse parameter, which we're going to change that. So I'm going to delete this first, and I'm going to go over to my content browser, or better yet, I can go to the window, I can open a second content browser, and I can go over to my textures, weapons, and click on this and open up the AK-47, not MK-47, and click on T and drop one. Okay, if I click on T and click here, it should automatically fill this up with the AK diffuse because that's what was selected. See, and now we just do the same thing for the specular and the normal. So that's what it's there in order: base color, specular, and normal. So I'll click specular and I'll click T and I'll do that here. So that's specular, and then again I'll do that for the normal as well. Click T and bring that down, and now you may or may not close that, but I think I'll just keep it for a while, and because I want to do it for the M4A1 M4A1 weapon as well. So now I'm gonna hook them up to the base color for the diffuse. For the specular, I believe specular, yes, that's specular, and specular at in specular, and the normal in the normal pin, like that. And now if you want to check what it looks like on the weapon, so just come over here, go to the skeletal mesh, click on the weapons, AK-47, go back to the material and click on this little teapot so that you can see that weapon there in all its glory. Now it will take a while for it to be applied. Now I can just zoom in and I can see what it looks like, and it's not looking bad at all. It's looking pretty good. And if you want, you can play around with the metallic values and the roughness values, or you can also bring in an ambient occlusion map and all of that, but we're not going to do any of that in this. Okay, so right now I just applied this to the weapon and I'll save it, and I'll just close that. Once that's saved, there you go, close that, and then come back here and then look for the second material, that is the M4A1. And M4A1, that would be this, and again close that. Now bring back your content browser, and again M4A1 diffuse, and there are no normal maps here, so just a diffuse map. So I'll just hit click, I'll just hit T and click and connect that to the base color, and then go back here, go back to my skeletal meshes and select M4A1 and just click on the teapot so that I can see the M4A1 weapon in story, and it just take a minute, and that's as simple as that. A simple M4A1 rifles are always black in color, so that does justice to that. And we don't need any normal or specular for this, so that's okay. And I think I'll do the same thing for, I'll just close that, and I'll do the same thing for M4A1 silencer. And if I look at the silencer, it says the preview mesh hierarchy doesn't match skeleton anymore. Would you like to regenerate skeleton? I say yes. And this is just a silencer, and it's got m underscore silencer. And for, I believe for the silencer as well, I'm gonna have the same, or yeah, I don't think so, but I'll just hit T and I'll click. So it's got the same mesh. Now if I go over to my skeletal meshes, click on M4A1 silencer, come back here and click on the little teapot. Okay, I did not select this M4A1, and if I do that, there you go. Now that should work, and then I click on the teapot. Okay, close that, and then I click on this M4A1, and then I click on the teapot now. And if I go F, and I'll just wait for a little while, and there it is, the silencer is there. Alright, that's great, and it's all shiny and nice, and I'm gonna save that. I'm gonna close this because we won't be using this for a while. I just wanted to set up the materials and leave it there. And close them, close this, close the silencer as well, and M4A1 material, and that's all good. Great, right? And we have the materials, and we have the textures, and we have the weapons, the physics asset, the skeletal meshes, everything. Great. Alright, so now that we have all of that, now our next task is obviously going to be bring all of these guys in. Bring this M4A1 and the AK-47, at least the AK-47 first, into the game and into the hands, in the hands of the player, in the hands of the character. So I'll go over to the weapons and I'll create a new blueprint, and that's inside assets, blueprints, and inside weapons, I'm going to create a new blueprint class, and I'll create an actor blueprint, and I'll call this weapon base underscore BP. And the reason I'm not creating an AK-47 or an M4A1 or any of these weapon specific blueprint is because I first want to create a weapon base, and then I'll simply duplicate that for the other weapons. Like next is M4A1, and after that we could be adding some, I don't know, a machine gun, or maybe, I don't know, a UMG, or I don't know, a lot of things that can be added, a rocket launcher. So you can have a weapon base class, and then after that all you have to do is simply either create a child blueprint class, or you can simply duplicate that class, and you just have to change the mesh and the properties a little bit for the firing and all of that. Okay, so I'm going to open this up, And let's set up this weapon base underscore BP. Okay, so now the simplest thing is the next obvious step is to create or set up a static mesh here. So I'm going to go ahead and create a skeletal mesh, not static mesh, and I'll select the skeletal mesh. Okay, and I'll go and look for the AK-47. It's right there, and there you go. AK-47 is up, and I'll just compile this and I'll save this, and I think I can close this now. And now that's the weapon base. Now the next thing that needs to be done is to actually figure out where to give this guy, where to have the weapon placed in the game. We want the weapon to be placed inside, in the hands of the player, in the hands of this particular character. So this is the left hand and he's got the right hand. So we know that he's going to be holding it through his right hand. So we will go over to the skeleton character, the soldier skeleton, and there you go. So this is a soldier skeleton. Or you can also have click the mesh, and you can cycle through all of these different places, all of these different tabs. You have the mesh animation, and these are all the animations that you can browse and show and all that. And then it's the blueprint itself, the animation blueprint, and then the physics asset. Now we know that we want him to hold the gun in his right hand. So we'll look for the right hand. There it is. And we'll right click and we'll say add a socket. There you go, like that. So I'm gonna rename this to weapon underscore attach. Okay, so now with that, I can right click and I can say let's add a preview mesh, because right now we don't know what the gun will look like. Okay, so I'm gonna add a preview mesh or a preview asset. So I right click and add preview asset and click on AK-47. And now when you can see that it's actually pretty big. Not only is that big, but we also don't know what the weapon will look like when he is in the idle position. So for that, you go over to the preview scene settings and let's give him a default animation for us to help us work with the placement of the weapon itself. So I'll drop this down and I'll look for the idle animation and I'll look for the idle aiming. Okay, and now we can see that the gun is almost way bigger than even the character himself. So now it gives us a chance to set it up right and set it up in his hand right, so that when we play the game, it's going to be right there. Okay, so the first thing is I will rotate this to face the right way. So I'll first rotate it this way. Okay, that is like that. Okay, and then I'll again align it vertically like this. Okay, and so that it's rotated, it's looking at the right way at least, or maybe a little bit tilted. Okay, and now I can probably scale it down easily, and I'll just scale it down like this. And now the next task obviously is to align his fingers with the trigger. Okay, so his fingers out here, it's hard to see his fingers there, his fingers are, and I've used the transformation tools to bring it down and just align it with his hands like that. And maybe I guess move it inside this, and if I can see that, move it up. That's his finger, and like this, maybe down. I think I can increase the size of the socket a little bit. This is 0.9, 0.9. Maybe I can just make this 0.32, 0.32, and not 32, 0.32 and 0.32, right? And maybe I'll just bring him down a little bit. That's the trigger. That's the finger. And okay, and maybe rotate it like that. Adjust a bit, and I just want his finger to align, his index finger to align with that. Bring it down and move it back, bring it down and move it back like that. I think that's good enough. Maybe rotate it a little bit like this, so that it doesn't hit a shoulder like that. And yeah, now I can probably move it up a bit. and inwards a little bit, and just a little bit like that. That's good. So now it looks like he's holding the weapon, right? So if I look here, maybe, no, that's a gap here, like this, and down. Oh, that's difficult. Anyways, I think that's good. Maybe bring this down a little bit to the, and left, like that. That's good enough, I guess, for now. So I think that's good enough for now. Maybe it's not left pinky. I think there you go. Okay. If I look at it from here, I think it's kind of tilted a little bit. So just first tilt it right. Okay. And now move it in and bit like this, just a bit up, just a bit up, and maybe increase the scale to, let's say, 0.33 or 35, 0.35 to 0.35 point, not 0.35. I don't know, is it too big? Remains to be seen. I think it's a little too big, so I think I'll bring it down to 33 again, 0.33, that's 0.33. Just bring it down like that, move it back down. The magazine should be here, and again take a look here. So that's his finger, and the trigger is out here, down. Okay, I think I'm gonna be good at that for now. We'll change it later on, maybe just slightly rotate it this way. Yeah, so that it doesn't. Yep. And now we can move this down. I'm okay with that. I'm not going to be fiddling anymore. For now, I think that's good enough. So I'm going to save this and I'm going to close this for now. I'm happy with that. So the next thing is we have to find a way of getting this into the game. So for that, again, open your third person character and inside your event graph and look for your event begin play. So in event begin play, this is what we have so far. We're creating the HUD widget, we're adding that to viewport, but this is always going to be there. So you can add the code for spawning your weapon in the game after this. All right. So it's simple. Pull out a wire and check for spawn actor from class. Okay. And out here, we just have to look for the class that we just created. That is the weapon class. I believe that is weapon underscore base. Weapon underscore base. Okay. There you go. Okay. So now I want the spawn transform to be, starting off from scratch. I want them all to be zeroed out as soon as it spawns. So what I'm going to do now is I will be adding a make transform node and keep those values at 0 so that it first zeroes them out. And after that, I want to attach this to a component, okay? Because I want to attach this to the mesh that I have in my third person character. So I'll say attach to component. And where do I want to attach it to? I want to attach it to the mesh, and I want to attach it to a particular socket because if you recall, we already had this socket. If I go over to my skeleton from here, and this is the socket that we created inside right arm. I'm gonna F2 and copy the name. Okay, I'm gonna F2 copy the name, and I'll go back to where it was as animation. Then I'll come back here. I'll paste the name to weapon attach. If you get this name wrong, this is actually a string value, right? It's actually a name. So it's actually a string, essentially a string value. You get this name wrong, and it's never going to be able to find the perfect socket to attach it to, right? So once you do that, and that's it, and nothing more required. So I'll just hit compile, And if you look here, you still won't find any weapon because we haven't added that in construction script. Rather, we added that in event graph. And this is all runtime code. So we can come back here and we hit play. Now I can see, actually I don't know what that is. Okay, that's the M4A1. All right, I think root component. I think let's see. I think I'll just delete my, let's see, this is weapon base and viewport, that's weapon base, fine. Why was the M4A1 being coming there? Let's see. Character, that's AK-47, skeleton and skeletal meshes. For now, I think I'll just get rid of the M4A1. Okay, I'll just get rid of them. That's okay. Physics asset can also be done with. I'll re-import them later on. For now, I just want the AK-47 to work fine. So I'll go back to my physics assets, weapons, and get rid of M4A1 and the silencer. I'll right click and I'll delete, and I'll get rid of it. And I'll let the, let's see, the weapons, weapon AK-47 textures. I'll keep the texture for M4A1, that's okay. If I hit play now, I still do not see that. I think I have something went wrong here. If I double click on the physics asset, okay, that's loading it up. It's missing bones that skeletal AK-47 needs. They'll be added now. Please save the skeleton. You like to regenerate skeleton, okay, and that's the skeleton that it's regenerated. And let me just go back to my skeleton and I'll go over and I'll double click on that, and that's the skeleton, which is fine. I'll close that and I'll open up my skeletal mesh, weapons, AK-47. Okay, and out here, if I can find that, it's got the AK-47 skeleton. Everything is fine. I'll just save all and I'll look at my blueprints, character, BP, and if I look at the skeleton, and if I can take a look at the weapon that is attached only, everything is fine. Let me go back to my weapon base, blueprints, weapons, and weapon base. That's also okay. Now let me open up my third person BP, blueprints, third person character, and this says weapon base underscore BP and spawn transform is 000. Everything is good. Of course, we had forgotten to attach this to the target and compile, and when I hit play, there you go. So now we have a weapon. We are running around with a weapon and it's looking pretty decent. And it is indeed looking like we are holding a weapon, and not bad at all. Great progress. It had nothing to do with M4A1. I deleted that for no particular reason, but that's a mistake. And so that was actually the reference that we had forgotten to give it here. So now when you hit play and when you see that, when you look down, you can also see that it's clipping, which is a fix that we have to make. And we also see that, this weapon placement in the left hand, it's holding it in its left hand, it's kind of off, right? So we'll change that. In fact, with this play mode on, just hit Shift F1 and I'll open up my soldier and BP and I'll go over to my skeleton. I'll rip this apart. Okay, I'll rip this apart and I think I'll just move this around a little bit. And if I can search for the weapon attach, and in fact, first let me resize this window properly, and I'll go over and select not this. I'll select animation as idle aiming. Okay, and now if I hit F, and now I can actually change it in real time. And if I think I can change it in real time, yeah. So let's see. I think I'll just move this out here, right? And also move this here so that I can get a better view of both of them. Now I'll just have to move here, and if I see, as you can see that it's actually moving in every direction. All right, that's great. So I think I can move this here a little bit so that it looks like it's holding the weapon, and maybe I can also increase the scale. So right now the scale is, just increase this. It's 0.33, so I'll just increase it to point. It's along the y-x. I'll increase it to 0.35. There you go. Or 0.36 even. That's good. And this can be 0.34 and 0.34. And let's see. And maybe a little bit to the right, like that. And down a bit. That's good enough, I think. No. Think that's good. Alright, so I'm gonna hit save and I'll close this, and now I can run around, and I think this still needs to be changed because it's not perfect and it's actually holding it ahead of the magazine, but you get the idea. And also it needs to be rotated a little bit, so I think I can go back there and I'll go back to my NMBP skeleton and rip this apart and look for the skeleton, weapon attach, go there and first preview the animation, change the preview animation to idle aiming. Okay, and then move here and maybe give me a better room to work with, like this. That's good enough. And I'll say F so that I can see it better, and I'll move. I think I'll first move this ahead so that it goes ahead of like this. This has to come here. That's the hand, and make me move up a bit like that. So that's perfect. No, that's perfect. It's kind of okay. And then maybe rotate it a little bit like this and bring it in again towards the right. Alright, and now just save that and I can close it. And now if I walk around, again, not perfect. We'll come back to this, but it's great. It's looking good now. Little better than before. If I look down, we just have to fix the clipping issue, and we'll fix that. Okay. So for the clipping to work fine, so you have to go to the project settings. So if project settings is not open, go to settings and then click on project settings. It will come up here, and then look for general settings. And inside the general settings here, you have something called the near clip plane. So the near clip plane is something which, if when it says 10, which is like pretty big, so it says distance of the camera's near clipping plane. So within that distance, it's going to be clipping everything. So if you lower that distance, it's not going to clip everything out there. And that's because this is more of an optimization trick to not be able to render things in the scene when the camera is too near to certain objects. So if you bring this down to 1, okay, you don't have to save the project settings, and if you go back to play and if you look down, the clipping is actually gone. That's only thing that's there is because it's too close, and we can change that, but you can see that the clipping is pretty much gone. And of course, if you go back here and if you say 0, I don't think that's gonna work, but this will require us to move this a little bit further to the right and left. Now you can see that, you can see the butt of, or at least you can see the stock of the gun, and the clipping is pretty much gone. But I think it's a good idea to keep it at 1, and that's about it. So and we'll revisit the placement of the AK at a later time, but for now I think at least we have, we are running around with a gun and we are not shooting anything yet. So in the next few videos we're going to start to learn how to shoot, from the weapon itself, and that's pretty good, not bad at all. So that's about it. Welcome back. So this is where we had left in last video. So if I go back, hit escape, I hit play now, and this is what we have. And I have the gun in the hand. We set up the AK-47 in the hand of the player. And when we look around, of course, when you look down, you can see the foot of the player, you can see the hands, and at the same time, we also got rid of the clipping. If you see that, the clipping is no more there. Even though we had changed it and we had looked down right away, it did not fix it. So I just had to restart my editor and it fixed it right away. Okay, so now you can see that if I look down, it's not clipping. I can see pretty much the whole length of my gun along with along with the butt of the gun, sort of. And I can also run around and all of that good stuff. But it's not shooting right now. So if I click, nothing is happening. So we're gonna fix that in this video. When you click, we will fix it in a way that it shoots projectiles. But the projectiles are not going to do anything. It's just going to shoot out of the muzzle of the gun, the front of the gun, and it is going to move in a certain direction, or in the exact same forward direction as the muzzle, and it's going to shoot with some. It's going to shoot with some, let's say, with some velocity going forward. So we're going to fix all of that, and that's going to happen in this video. So I'm going to escape, and I think I just want to visit my third-person character first. I want to look at the viewport, and I think the mesh is follow camera, and let's see if I look at the soldier. Okay, third-person character, you got the follow camera here, and you also have the expanded to the head. Okay, and mesh. So if I just hit play, and if I look up, okay, it's not moving along with the gun, right? So we'll fix that later. For now, I just noticed that. But for now, we'll move on with our projectile, and then we'll come back and fix that later on. So in the weapons, I'm going to right click. I'm going to create a blueprint class, and I'll make it of type actor. And this will also be projectile base underscore BP. Similar to weapon base underscore BP, we are creating a projectile base underscore BP because this will be the projectile for the AK-47 or the weapon that we have right now. But later on, we might, or you might think of adding a sniper rifle or an RPG which has largely different projectiles. The bullets are going to change, the velocity of the bullets are going to change, everything else is going to pretty much change, especially for an RPG which is a rocket launcher, and the rocket shells are pretty huge compared to a normal bullet. It's natural. So that's why I'm creating a projectile base, pretty similar to the reason that I created a weapon base, right? So inside the projectile base, I'm going to first start off by adding a static mesh like that. And I'll look for a capsule I'll look for an asset that came in along with the starter content when I created this project. So I'm going to look for a capsule, and you have the shape narrow capsule and you have the shape wide capsule. I'm going to go for the narrow one, and it's coming like this right away. And also the size is huge. That's not going to be the size of a projectile. It's going to be pretty huge. It's already pretty huge. I'm going to shrink it down to 30% or by 70%, so 0.3, and there you go. So that's a normal size, and it also looks like a bullet, but we can make do with it right now. It's a tablet. I know it's a pill. It looks like a pill, but it also looks like a bullet, and something we can manage with for now. Later on, when we change it to a proper projectile, then that remains to be seen. But for now, I think I'm okay with that. And maybe I'll just click on this, and let me right click and asset actions. Let's say not like that. Let me look for weapons. Yes, I'm gonna move that here, and I'm gonna say copy here. Okay, that's been copied. Now this basic wall, I'm gonna change the name to m underscore basic projectile, right? And if I open that up, all it's got is simple color and a roughness value. So I'm going to get rid, I think I'll keep the roughness value, that's okay. And in fact, this is also a pattern. I should have done that. I need not have copied it. Anyways, so I'll just delete it and go back and look for this, and I'll right click and I'll say create material instance, and I'll just call this M basic projectile. And this one I can move right here to the weapons folder and copy here. Not, oh, I actually wanted to move. I'll right click and I'll delete this one then. Now open that up. Okay, and here you go. So now we can change the color, and the color can be, let's say, black. Okay. I think that's, yeah, that's okay. Okay. And roughness can be somewhere like 0.1. That's shiny. That's a shiny bullet. That's okay. And when I close that, and with that selected, I hope that should be applied to the capsule. And when I hit this, and there you go. So that's applied to the capsule, and I'm good at that. Compile that, save it. Okay, so now that we have the mesh, I'm going to rename this to, I don't know, bullet. And now that we have the mesh, now we will be adding the main essence of this blueprint. That is going to be a projectile itself. So I'm going to click on this, and I'm going to add a projectile movement component, which is built in again. And now this is all you're going to need for making this behave like a bullet. Okay, with all of these settings out here, which is quite a lot, you can pretty much make a good deal of projectiles. Unless you want super specialized, then maybe you'll have to write your own. But this is projectile movement, and this is also, written in C++. Okay, I guess, and has to be written in C++. And it exposes all of these properties, and it does things under the hood for you, right? And of course, you can use the parent socket, and you can you can change the projectile movement and stuff like that. But the main thing that we're going to be working with is the projectile section here, where you have the initial speed, the max speed, and you have the projectile gravity scale. Now, of course, if you are looking for something more, then you should look into projectile bounces. If you're looking for creating a projectile or a homing missile, then this is the section that you'll have to look. And we're not going to be worried about any of these sections, but we'll be worried about the initial speed, the max speed, and the projectile gravity speed for now. Okay, since this is a bullet coming out from a gun, from a very established gun like AK-47, the bullets obviously move quite fast, and that's the case with pretty much any gun. The bullets do move fast, and unless it's a long distance, then there is no much of bullet drop. So I'm going to keep the initial speed as 3,500 first. Okay, and the max speed, I want to keep it constant, and I'll keep it as 3,500. So it will not slow down until it gets hit by something. So initial speed and max speed is same, so it moves at a constant velocity. And also, if you look at the projectile gravity scale, it says set to 0 for no gravity. Now this is 1, so which is like completely full gravity. The full gravitational acceleration will apply to this bullet. So the moment you fire it out from your gun, it's going to just drop onto the ground. Okay, that's what the 1 means. So I don't need this much. I don't need this gravity at all. I at the same time, I do not want no gravity. I want some gravity, so I'm going to keep it at a bare minimum of 0.05. So which means that when it travels a distance, it's gonna the gravity is gonna affect the bullet over a good period of distance. So that makes it sort of realistic. Exactly. Of course, it's still in the testing phase right now. We just want to get the projectile out of the weapon and watch something move out first. And once that happens, then we can start tweaking the speed of the projectile, and maybe you can even look it up on the Wikipedia about the muzzle velocity of the gun itself, and maybe use all of that information to set up your projectile. But we're not going to do any of that. But we might just tweak a little bit more to the projectile to make it look better and make it behave better. So that's it for now. This should do good for our testing purposes. So I'm going to compile, save that, and I'm going to come out. I think I'll just come out of this, and let's open up our. So now I'm going to go inside my character, not the character, but the weapons, and I'm going to open up my weapon base, and I'll be creating an event for the firing itself. Instead of creating it inside the controller, I'm going to create it inside the weapon base. This is my AK-47, and if you have other weapons like sniper or RPG, you can have the same kind of fire event. And so I'm going to create that. So this is the weapon base, and inside here, I'm going to first get rid of all of these bubbles. I kind of get annoyed at them. So first I'll be creating a custom event, and I'll simply call this fire. Now this can be used as a base class for other weapons. So maybe you can change this during runtime and whatnot. The skeletal mesh can be changed during runtime and whatnot. But all the weapons have to be around maybe the orientation of the weapon and everything has to match. So that's why it's been created as a base class, so that you have to plan this accordingly or well ahead of time. If this is what the weapon looks like, this is the orientation of the AK-47, then you should also have your other weapons oriented in the same way, right? So for now, I will be creating the fire event, and I'll say spawn actor from class. Okay, spawn actor from class, and I'll be selecting our projectile base and it also needs a spawn transform. Now where is it going to spawn this? Now of course it has to spawn exactly at the muzzle of the gun, and we don't have that yet, right? We don't have anything to supply it with. So in our case, this is what I'm going to close all of this and blend space as well. And inside the weapon base, and not the weapon base, if I look at my, let's say, skeleton mesh, and if I go over to my skeleton mesh itself, and if I open this up, now this does not really have any sockets, right? And I want the projectile, as for any gun, to be coming out from here and not from anywhere else in the gun. It has to come out from this muzzle. So I'll have to set up a socket inside this, somewhere here in the barrel, or maybe down or somewhere up here. Doesn't matter, we'll test it out. But somewhere in this area, I'll set up a socket and I'll reference that socket onto out here in the event graph, and then I'll extract the location of that socket or transform of that socket and supply it to the spawn transform. So I'll also close the soldier. I don't need it right now. And so let's create a socket for this first. So let's go over to the skeleton, or the skeleton of this particular mesh. So I'm clicking on the skeleton, and there you can see that you have the skeleton along with all the bones. Now we have just one bone, that is a whole mesh itself. There are no other bones here. So we'll have to create a socket and attach it to the front of the gun here. So again, you right click and you add a socket, and I'll just maybe call this projectile. Okay, and I'll have to position it all the way to the top. So right now it's here, it's around the magazine of the gun. So I'll have to push it, not this, just the projectile. I'll have to select the projectile and push it all the way to the top and position it exactly where I want the projectile to be coming out from. Okay, so again, click that and see that the position is right. Okay, maybe a little bit out here and towards the bottom, so that it's coming out from here. Okay, I think that's okay. And we'll worry about the rotation and everything later on. We just want to see the projectile coming out, and once we spot that, then we can fine tune the position and the rotation of, or the transform of, this particular projectile. Okay, so maybe I'll just move the projectile further towards the mouth of the gun, something like this. I'm fine with that, and as I said, we'll worry about the rotation later on. I'm pretty sure that this has to be rotated with the x-axis or the forward facing out of this, or the forward matching with the forward of the AK itself. But we'll do that later. For now, I just want to see the projectile coming out. Okay, so I'll save that and I'll go back to my weapon base out here. And now if you compile this, it's still going to give it's actually going to give us an error, and you can see that it says spawn transform pin is invalid and spawn transform. So it doesn't have any spawn transform. It doesn't know where to transform it. If you're not giving any spawn, if you're not supplying any spawn transform to this particular function, then it does not know where to spawn it. It's actually a null pointer. It needs at least something, even if it's at the origin of 000, it needs some sort of transform coming inside as an input for this function. So the way we're going to access this particular projectile socket is we'll drag the skeleton mesh out here. And once you get a reference of the skeleton mesh, you can just say get socket, and you have all of these functions, or all of these functions that are related to socket for the skeleton mesh. You have the get socket bone name, you have get all socket names, get attached socket name, get socket location and rotation, and finally the transform as well. So when you say the transform, it also gets the scale along with it. And it also gets the location and the rotation, of course, because that's what forms a transform. So this is exactly what we want. So when I say get socket transform and I connect it to the spawn transform now, okay, now I have to give it a socket name. if I go back to my skeleton, and I can either copy that, or I can remember that and come back and put it. But it has to be, the name has to be, that has to match the name that is given inside the skeleton mesh. Okay, else it's not going to work. So I've copied that and I'm pasting it here just so that I don't make any mistakes. So now I can compile it and save it. Now when I hit the fire button, which I don't have yet, I don't have not bound it yet, that's going to be a next step. So once I hit that, then this is going to be I'm going to call this fire function, and it's going to be spawning a projectile base, BP, or the capsule that we have, and it's going to spawn it at exactly this socket, and the transform has been already given from here. Great. So now I'll save and I'll go back, and you have to open your project settings if you have to bind any inputs. So I'll go over to inputs, and I'm going to make some action mappings here. So right now we just have jump and reset VR, and inside axis mapping you have all of these. So we're not going to look at axis mapping. Axis mappings are fine. We have all of that. We have all of that set up and it's working, but we don't have a fire yet. So we're going to create a fire action mapping, and then from there we'll take it off. Okay, so I'm gonna cut short the video now, and when we return, we're gonna bind the input, and then we're gonna go over to the third person character or the weapon base and look for that event when it fires, and then we're gonna call the fire event. Okay, I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. So in the previous video, we created this particular projectile. We created a projectile blueprint, and then we added a socket to the skeleton of the AK-47 mesh. And then we also created, we also said that we're going to be creating an input event or an action mapping, and we also, created a fire custom event. So when the player clicks on the fire button, the left mouse button, then this event will be called. But we haven't set up anything beyond that. So inside the project settings and inside the input section, so let's create a new action mapping. So I'll create this. I'll click on add, and I'll call this primary fire. That is the left mouse button. And the secondary fire would be something like bringing your scope in, or bringing your iron sights in, or it could be multiple other things. Mostly in most first-person shooters, 99% of the first-person shooters till date, you will use your left mouse button to fire, and you'll use your right mouse button to either bring your scope up or bring your gun closer towards iron sights or aim closer. Okay, so I'm going to call this primary fire. And if you are also planning to use your gamepad, or you're also planning to create this game for your for consoles, or for which will be gamepad friendly or controller friendly, then you can go ahead and also use that. But for now, I'll use my mouse, and I'll say left mouse button. That's going to be a primary fire. And I'm also going to be clicking, I'll also use my gamepad, which is going to be common across all the gamepads. And if your gamepad has a trigger, that'll be the right trigger. So that's how it works. So you use the right trigger to shoot, and you use the left trigger to bring up your iron sights or your scope. That's how it works in controllers normally. But you can also switch it around if you so like. I'm going to keep it quite generic, and I'm going to say gamepad right trigger. Okay, so now once that's done, you don't need to save the project settings. It automatically saves itself. And we know that all our output, or all our input, is actually taking place, or the input bindings and all the input code is inside the third person character. So we're going to stick to that. I'm going to close all of these take damage functions because I don't need it right now. I'll pull it off when I need it from here. So going back to event graph, I'm going to create some sections, and this is event tech, and this is event begin play. So I'm going to rearrange them to make it look a little better. And I'll just call them here. That's good enough. And I'll move them all of these guys down here. And I'll have a giant, or I'll also see if this is gamepad. I don't think I need the VR. I can just get rid of the VR for now. I don't need the VR. And oh wait, hang on. I think it's R to reset a VR orientation and position. I'm not going to need that. I'm going to delete it. And jump is okay, and I do not need the touch input either. So I'll just delete that. So we have the jump, we have the mouse input, we have the movement input, and we have the gamepad input. Okay, so I'm gonna rearrange them in a better way like this, and this can move here, so that looks a little neater. like that. Okay, and I'm going to add my fire code out here to the right. So I'll first wrap this whole thing in a giant comment box, and I'm going to call this input bindings. Okay, and maybe if I scroll down a little bit further, I think I should just move this a little bit up like that so that it doesn't, it doesn't collide with the bubbles here. And I think I want to get rid of these bubbles and show bubble when zoomed. Okay, and move mode, show bubble when zoomed. I think that's good enough. I think I'll turn off the bubble because it's annoying, so I'll turn it off. I don't need to see the bubble when zoomed. So here I'll make some space for myself. Come on, like this. Maybe I want to add more, indicating that. And maybe I'll just also give it a color, something like green, light green. That's good enough. Now I'll create, let's see. Now what I have to do now is I have to first call in that input event. So I'll say primary fire, and you can see that input action events is right there. And that's just one of it. And I'll put that here, and we'll use the secondary fire later on. We don't need to right now. In fact, we haven't even added the secondary fire, but we will come back to it later on when we need it. Okay, so we won't create the action binding yet. So once that's done, if you are looking for something like the fire event, obviously you're not going to fire. You're not going to find it because that's inside the weapon base and it's not inside the third person character. And we don't have a reference to the weapon base yet or the equipped weapon yet. So what I'm going to do here is after we spawn the weapon, we just spawning it once during event begin play, and then we are moving on to attach it to a particular component. So I first point, I want to store this as a variable so that I can use it for later. So I can either right click and I can promote to variable, or I can just pull off from here and I can click on promote to variable and then reconnect everything like this. Okay, and this goes here and this goes here. Okay, so now everything is connected. Okay, I think I'll just control and move this and put it away like that. So that's there, and I just have to rename my variable now, and the variable can be current weapon. Okay, and if you have more than one weapon, then that's gonna, this variable is gonna get updated in the future. When you switch weapons, then we have to call upon this variable and update it. So right now the current weapon is AK-47, and maybe later on when you switch to a RPG or some other weapon, then that is gonna change out here. Now that we have a reference to that, now inside here we can bring in the current weapon and get the current weapon, a reference to that, and then we can simply say fire. Okay, and now you can see that the fire function is here, and now all we have to do is simply connect it to the pressed. Okay, and obviously we will have a slight problem with this. In a way, it's gonna be a more like a behavioral problem. If you have something like AK-47, even in the short burst fire mode, it'll fire at least 2 or 3 bullets. And if you are switching to an automatic firing mode, then it's gonna keep on firing as long as you have your mouse button down. But we're gonna fix that. So this will work, but it's just going to be one projectile coming out, so you have to release your mouse button and you have to click again. So that's one bullet per click, which will be changed later on. Okay, so now with that taken care of, I'm going to compile this and this should work, and save it, and then go back here, and then I'm going to try and play the game. So now if I shoot, I can see that something is happening. Okay, if I come over to the dark, I can see that something is happening. It's actually shooting, but it's actually happening sideways. Just to confirm that, I'm going to go back to my, I'm going to open my, let's see, my blueprints. I'll open my projectile base. I'll bring my initial speed and the max speed down to somewhere like something like 350 and 350. And I'm not going to mess around with the project gravity scale. So now I can hit play from here as well. And now when I come over here to the dark, and maybe if I shoot that, now I can see that the projectile is actually shooting. Okay, projectile is actually shooting, but it's not going in the right direction. And that's obviously because if you recall that the projectile was facing the wrong direction, and we said that we'll come back and fix that. And this was expected, so it's working as expected, or not working. But let's see that I'll just go over to my top section and make sure that it's exactly. I'll bring down my lit mode, and I want to make sure that it's coming from the center like this. Okay, and maybe if I look at the left view, and if I look at the projectile, this should also be coming out from here, maybe. Why not? It's not exact center. There you go. And now I can go back to perspective, and I can just rotate it. Okay, I'll bring up my rotation gizmo. I'll snap it because I need whole value numbers, and I'll bring this up as well so that I can see what I'm doing. And animation notifies. If I click on projectile, and I'll just switch over. This is out here, so I just have to make it rotate 90 degrees. Okay, and if I go over to the details, and I'll also make it, if I go back to my top view, and I want to see that it did not change anything. And okay, shouldn't it be okay? Let's see. It did not. Okay, this should not be 90. This should be 0. If I make it like this, 90, and come on, if I do that, and if I say 90, there you go, that's 90 and 90. Okay, and I think everything is good. Now if I try and shoot the projectile, I'll come here, and I can see that it's actually moving, but it's moving very slowly, and it's also moving sideways. I mean, not from the muzzle, but the projectile itself is sideways. Okay, so for that, I'll have to go back to my projectile base and click on the mesh or the bullet, and then I'll just have to give it a 90-degree rotation along, I believe, the y-axis. So that'll be 90 degrees, and there you go, and everything is good. Now when I come back here, and there you go, so now it's shooting things. So now I'm able to shoot from the weapon, okay, which is happening. Great. So now let's test this again. Let's go back to our projectile base, click on the projectile movement, and let's bring it back to a reasonable speed. So that will be 3,500. Okay, and hit enter. And now when I hit play, and now I can shoot, and now I can see that I'm able to shoot projectiles. Okay, and it's working. So we have a working projectile, and maybe I think I'll just not make this black. Okay, something went wrong. It says should regenerate. What should regenerate? Oh, the paint volume. Okay, I don't know. That's a weird bug. Okay, I'll hit play again, and I'll shoot, and if I hit escape, okay, I don't know what went wrong there. It wasn't able to regenerate something. I don't know. Anyways, I'll go over to the basic projectile, and instead of making it dark, I'll make it pretty light. Okay, and the roughness is still low, so it's still going to be a shiny bullet. And when I hit play from here, and if I shoot, and there you can see that these are the AK-47 is shooting pellets. Not bad at all, which is pretty cool. All right, and there you go, jump and shoot. Everything is working fine. Great. And we don't have any ammo, we don't have any. If I go back here, I don't know what's wrong here. If I shoot, if I jump, and if I hit escape, okay, I'm not getting anything. I think if I'm shooting and if I hit escape, no, I don't know, something wrong in this area. I will check that out later. If you notice that, I'll hit play again, and you might want to keep an eye on the world outliner. So I'm going to shoot a few bullets. I'm going to hit F8, depossess, and I'm going to look here. It's all of these actors, they're automatically deleted, and projectile, that's the way it works with projectile. They get automatically deleted after a while. Okay, and of course you can change those values out here as well, and it has a max simulation time step and all of these bunch of things which we won't worry about it for now, but we might change it much later. But it's good enough. So once it hits the max speed and it goes away and all that, we don't have any ammo count, we don't have the projectile hitting anything and registering a hit, which we'll do it in the future, but we are off to a good start. We have a weapon, we are shooting, from the right place of the weapon, and which is pretty decent. Okay, and that's awesome. Okay, so that's about it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video where we'll start adding ammo counters and a bunch of other neat stuff. I'll see you in the next video. Thank you. Welcome back. So now we have our weapon, shooting projectiles, and all of that, but we're going to switch gears and we're going to move on to a little bit of more animation stuff before we return to the projectile for fixing the projectile movement and everything else. Okay, so in this video we're going to look at how to make the player crouch. So if I click on play, so you can bind your key to anything. So I normally like to bind my key to shift for crouch, but by default in most first person shooter games you have control for crouch, but I like it as shift because it's easier for me to reach out, and control is a key below shift. That's my personal choice, but you can also go for control or shift, whatever you like. Okay, so I'm going to switch with shift for crouching, and we're going to have an animation, we're going to use the crouch animation from the all the list of animations that we have, and we're going to create a new blend space, and we're going to make the player crouch when you hit the shift key, and he can also move when he's crouching, because when you are down on your knees you can still move around if you want, but only that the speed is going to slow down. So we're going to figure all of that, and we'll work it out in this video. So I'll go over to my animations, no, the blend spaces. And if you look at your blend spaces for the character, you have the walk and run. Similarly, we're gonna have a different blend space for walk and crouch. Okay, so I'm gonna right click and I'm gonna go for animations, and I'll go for blend space, and of course select the skeleton that you want. And in this case, it's our soldier skeleton, and name this as crouch, crouch underscore blend space. There you go. Okay, and now open that up. So now we have this guy doing nothing, and entire graph is clean as when you start off, as fresh and new. And we're gonna work with a lot of these crouching animations that you have. So if you look at this, if I want to go back here, and if I go over to the animations part, go to the character, and if I look for something, or I'll just open up my, I'll close off the skeleton, all of these guys, projectile as well. I don't need it right now. And for the paint volume, also I don't need it. And crouch blend space, weapon base, I'll close it. I'll just open up my character, not the animations, but I'll open up my character itself. And let's take a look at the crouch animation. So go over here and look for the crouch animations, crouch, and you have all of these: crouching, turn, 90 left, crouching, and all of these. So let's take a look at all of them. So here you have, I scroll down, and if I go to the skeleton tree and I go to the hips, and or just hit okay, and if I just move around, and if I can see that it's looking fine, right? It is looking fine. So, and if I look for the turn right, and he's turning right with the crouch animation, that's good. And death crouching, headshot front, and they go, and while he's crouching he gets a headshot and he dies. And then you have idle crouching, oh no, this is idle crouching aiming, and this is idle crouching, he's not aiming through the iron sights. And that's walk crouching backward in place, and so on. And all of these are exactly like the walk, but instead of normal walking, it's crouching, and also the speed will go down. That's great. So go over to the blueprint, and we'll come back to this, but first we'll have to look at our walk, not this, but we'll have to look at our soldier and MVP. I think let me open up my blend space, character, crouch blend space, and there you go. So yeah, so we'll have to start working here. Okay, so let's get this all set up. So I'm going to get off the skeleton tree for now, and I'll go to the asset details. And before we actually set up that horizontal axis and the vertical axis and all of that, I first look for my crouch aiming, and I'm going to drop it at the 0th position of all of these points. Okay, one. So as soon as I drop that, and you could see that this guy went on idle crouching automatically. Okay, and then I'll click on this and drop it here, click on this, drop it here, click on this and drop it here. Okay, so, and of course there are more animations that we'll be working with, but for now this is looking good and he's looking good. Now we just have to again change the axes description and the values as well. So the horizontal axis, as we saw it in the previous walk run blend space, this would be direction. And so now we have direction there, and this would be the vertical axis would be speed. Okay, and now of course we have to set the minimum and the maximum axis values. So this will be minus 180 to 180. Okay, so that'll be complete 360-degree rotation, and also the maximum minimum axis value for the speed will be 0. And if you recall, if I click on this, and if you recall, this is 600 for the speed, which means that he could run up to a speed of 600. And while he's crouching, the when he's crouching, that thing is automatically going to come down. So I'll bring this down by from 600. I'll bring this down to 300, because I'm assuming that when a player is crouching and he's trying to move, then the speed of what he can achieve, the speed at which he's going to achieve that is going to be half of what he's going to achieve while he's not crouching. When he's standing and he's running, he won't be able to run when he's crouching, obviously, but he'll be able to move and walk, crouch or crouch walk, whatever you want to call it, at maximum speed of 300. Okay, so now that we have that, we have to set up the other crouching animations on the different areas of this graph. Okay, I'm going to pause this for a while now, or maybe I'll just keep that playing. It's okay. So now we'll have to create this blend space. The this area of the graph is relatively empty, and the 0th or the bottom vertices or the bottom points of this graph is filled with the idle aiming crouch. Okay, now we have to fill up the other vertices or other points with other crouching animations. Okay, so I'm gonna be looking for I think I'll just filter it all to crouch so that I can see that. So this is crouch, and this is idle aiming, and walk crouch backward in place, and walk crouch forward in place. So I'm going to pick this up. I'm going to drop it here because that's going to be the top speed at which he's going to be moving forward. And then I'm pick up this particular animation, which is walk crouching forward left in place. I'm going to drag this and I'm going to drop it here in this point. And then for the right, I'm going to drag this and drop it out here. Okay, so that depends on the direction and the speed, all right, and all of that. So now if we take this preview marker and if we start moving around, and now he's moving forwards like that. Okay, and he's moving forwards, and now he's rotating towards the left, and this is going to be rotating towards the right. And if I hit control, and you can see that, okay, he's idle crouching aiming, and at the same time he's walk crouching forward right in place. So he's moving right and he's crouching at the same time. Okay, so that's pretty neat. So we have that set up. Still a long way to go. And for the backwards, if you look for the backwards in place, I will, let's see, and there is the backwards in place. So I'm going to move this and put it out here. And I'm going to drop it, and I'm going to drop one out here as well. And so now if I move my preview marker, and you can see that he's moving backwards, and now if I move it to the right, and he's moving, it's going to move backwards. And the same, if I move it to the extreme left, he's also going to move backwards. Now if I bring this down, he's going to slow down until he comes down to a halt, a complete halt. And then again the same thing. Okay, there you go. And as the speed increases, he's moving around, and he pauses a bit for moving forward, and then he's actually moving backwards now. In fact, it's better figured out when you look at him from the side like this, and he's moving backwards. And now if I do that, he's gonna start moving forward a little bit, and he's started to move forward. Now this is forward completely, And now if I do that, he's going to turn towards me. Okay, he's turning right. And then again, he stops a little bit out here. This is where that pop is happening. Out here, if you see that he's moving forward, and then this is actually starting to blend in, and the speed you can see that the speed is slowly declining, and now stops there for a while, and then when he starts moving, he starts moving backwards. He's actually dancing at that point, looking funny. Anyways, so he's moving backwards now. Great. So we have set up all those animations. Okay, so this is all set up. So I'm going to save that and close this guy. Actually, I wanted to open this up. This is a soldier anim BP. And of course, you can go over to all of these. If I click on, let's say I click on animation, and this guy comes up. And this is the crouch blend space. I can switch between the blend spaces out here as well. If you look down in the asset browser, you'll find all of your blend space listed down here. So this is crouch blend space, which I am in right now. I can double click and I can go over to my walk run blend space if I want to, but this is what we are working on. So I'm going to have to keep this open. I can close this, and of course, this is what comes up. Now we have this soldier anim BP. So you have it in walk and run. Again, if I have to go all the way up to here, walk run state. This is the walk run blend space. I go to event graph, not here, but if I look at my walk run state, yeah, out here, the anim graph. So this is walk run state machine, and this is the final animation pose. I double click on this, and these are all the states that I have. I have the idle state, I have the walk run state. I had to create a new state. So it's very easy to understand this way if it's presented as a graph. So as you enter, you get into idle, and when you start walking or running, it gets into this particular state. Now, there are two options here. From idle, you can directly go to crouch and start walking backwards or forwards, or you can probably go to walk and run. So that depends, right? So that there's a possibility of also the player going to the crouch state. So I'm going to create a new state by pulling off a wire from here, and I'll say add state, and I'll call this crouch, not couch, crouch. All right, and move this a little bit to the right, and maybe, yeah, and I think I'll select this guy, and I'll make him of equal length like this. I think that's good enough. Okay, so the way you look at it is from the entry of the animation, or from the entry of the player state, he's going to be idle. He's going to start off as idle naturally, and then he can either go into walk run, or he can go into crouch. Now, when he's walking or running, he can also enter the crouch state. So you can connect this to this, right? And when he's crouching, he can also go back to his walk and run state. When he lets go, or if he hits the shift button again, if he hits the shift key again, so the player gets up and now he's ready to walk and run. So that means he can go back into his walk and run state. Now the same will apply for the crouch to idle. While he's idle, while the player is idle, he can go to crouch, and while he's crouching, he can re-enter the idle state. So I'm going to connect these two again. So now this forms a chain. So from idle, he can go to walk and run, and from there he can go to crouch or go back to walk and run, and any of these different combinations. Or from idle, he can go to crouch, he can go to walk and run, he can come back to crouch, and then he can go back to walk and run, then he'll go back to idle, and any particular combination. Now with that on, I'm going to double click on this, and now I've entered the crouch state. In fact, I'm going to rename this. I don't like the name of the state. I'll rename this to crouching instead of crouch. Okay, crouching, and compile that, save that, and it says okay, whatever, it's got a bunch of warnings. I'm okay with that, so I'm going to double click on that, and now I'll go over to the asset browser. I'll look for my crouch blend space. I'm gonna, not the walk run, but crouch. I'm gonna drag and drop it here. Okay, and first connect this. And for the direction and speed, as we did earlier, I'm going to drag the direction, I'm going to put it here, I'm going to drag the speed, I'm going to put this here. Right, so now we have the direction and the speed also connected. It's very similar to this. So not this, I think I can close that. I think I can also close that. If I go over to my walk and run, if I double click on this, exactly the same thing, but the blend space has changed and it's connected to the final animation pose. And in here, the blend space has changed, connected to the final animation pose, and the direction and the speed are the same variables that we used for the walk run blend space. Okay, so once this is done, when you can compile it, and of course it's going to throw a lot of errors because not everything has been set up. And I'll save this, and I won't close it for now because I need that again. But all our input code is going to happen here, right? All the input binding code happens inside this green box here, and we already have the fire set up. Now, next thing is we have to get our crouch set up. Now, this for the moment, you can have, I think, for the moment input, we can add this inside the moment input and not inside the firing. So I'll just expand this and I'll add it here. And of course, if you right click, we don't have any bindings yet. I just spoke about the bindings. We can have different bindings. So we have the primary fire and we have the reset VR, which we don't need that. And we have the jump, which is already working. So I'm click on this little button and we'll add a new action mapping, and I'll call this crouch, not crouch. And I will map this to my left shift. You can map it to your left control if you want, but I find it comfortable to crouch using my left shift, and I normally use X to go prone completely, but that's my choice. You can obviously go for left control, so you can find left control or CTRL, I guess that would be, yeah, left control, and you can map it to that, but I'm gonna map it to left shift, and that's gonna work for me. So, and if you want, you can also map it to your right shift if for aiding the right-handed players or left-handed players. So I can also go and say right shift. Okay, so you have two of these mapped up. Now we can go back to third person character and we can add the mapping here. And maybe I'll just add, maybe I'll just increase the space like this, and maybe I'll increase this. Okay, and I'll just add a wall. I'll just say comment. Okay, and I will not add anything. I'll just get rid of this and I'll make it a narrow one like a wall, and I'll just push it here. Just got nothing, but why not? Okay, something like this, just to create a separation of kind. I'll click this and I'll just move it to the left. Okay, and move it like that, and maybe I can just give it a different color, something like a red. Okay, that just to indicate a separation between this code and that code, right? And now I can actually add my code for crouch. And if I right click and if I say crouch, and you have action events crouch and a bunch of other things that are crouch, that's because you have a character movement component inside third person character. But what we are looking for is the crouch action event. There you go. Okay. And at the same time, we're also going to need, a Boolean variable. So I'm going to click on add variable and I'm going to call this is crouching, I guess, is crouching. Okay. And I'll keep that as Boolean. I'll save it, and that would default to false because we don't want the character to start off as crouched. Okay, so the next thing is, now that we already have this crouching, I'm going to hit Alt. With Alt pressed, I'm going to drag this is crouching variable and drop it here. So that is the same as when you drag and say set, that's the same thing as pressing Alt and bringing in the crouching here. So I first connect this to the set here, and I'll just put it here because this has to go both ways. And with that selected, I'm going to hit Control W because I want a duplicate of that. And this will be coming in here. Now, when the player hits the crouch key, the is crouching is going to be enabled, or it's going to turn to true. And when he releases it, it's going to go back to false. Now, once that happens, we also have to make sure that the walk speed inside character movement walk speed right now is, if you look at that, I think max walk speed is 600 and max walk speed crouched is 300. So we are still working with the max walk speed and not working with the max walk speed crouched. So just to be safe, I'm going to drag a reference here, and I'll be bringing this here. I'll keep this as a common reference point, and I'll move this guy a little bit down so that it's uniform. And from here, I'll say set max walk speed. Okay, and this will be set to 300. Okay, and this again, I'll Control W and drop it here. Connect this and connect this to the target. and this will be back to 600. Right, so that would be 300 and 600, and that's how we're going to set up the input action crouch, and all the other magic happens inside the blueprint for actually blending the animation between walk and run or idle and crouch and all of that. So going back here, I'll hit compile and I'll save this. Okay, so I'm going to save that and compile that, and we have set up our input crouch. I don't need to close that because I'll have to come back to this sometime. So, and the next thing is we have to use all of this information that it's passing when the crouch key is hit onto the soldier and BP, okay, onto the crouch blend space. And that's what we're going to set up in the next video. So for now, I'm going to cut this short. I'm going to return. When we return, we're going to be setting up the crouch blend space with the variables that we set up here and the information that is coming in from the third person character. Okay, so I'll see you in the next video. Thank you. Welcome back. So far we have this. We have bound our animation, not the animation, but the input action crouch. And we have set up an event for this, and we are setting up the walk speed. We are halving the walk speed by half. We are having the walk speed, halving is by half. We are having the walk speed, and once it's released, once the shift key or the control key for the crouch or the crouch key is released, we are setting it back to 600, and we're also setting this to false. Now we want to extract this boolean out from third person character into our animation blueprint. So first I'm going to compile this and save this and go back to my animation blueprint. Okay, and inside event graph where we have all of this thing. So first I'll first go over to the walk run, and what we are trying to do here is we are trying to set up all these crouching to idle and all of these transitions. So so far what we have is just the just the input key for crouch bound to some sort of logic, but it's not really communicating with our animation blueprint. So we have to set that up here. So with we already have one. So okay, we already have everything that's being done inside 0. Now we'll have to now we have to start writing code for the next sequence, that is then 1. So I can either drag it down here or I can drag it up. So I think I should drag it up, no, down, because that's a logical way to go. So I'll select them all, including this. I'll move them to the right, and I'll move this to the left like this. Okay, so that way we can have multiple keys and it goes in a logical fashion. And we'll also move this away from it. There's no way you can avoid the tangling of these wires here. It's gonna happen. Now maybe we can just put this here like this, or like this, and move this out here, and this guy can simply stand here vertically, and everything else is good. Maybe I can just move it a little even further towards left. That's it. So now we have set that up. Maybe I can move it even a bit to the left, and I can select them all and move these guys to the bottom like this. Okay, so now it's looking half decent, and nothing more can be done because you cannot really avoid the tangling of these wires. Now for the one, we're gonna have to do the same thing, but instead of casting to character, we'll cast to third person character. That's there, and from here, and from third person character, we need to get the spawn owner. So I'm going to pull off the object input pin, and I'm going to say try get spawn owner. And once I do that, I can now look for this particular variable, that is crouching. So now if I look for is crouching, now I can see that get is crouching and set is crouching. So we have this now. Okay, so now once that's there, let's get this variable itself, and I'll say get is crouching or get is crouched. No, wait, what is the variable called? It's called is crouching. Yeah, so get is crouching, and that is from the default section. In fact, you know what, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna change this section to these are all the default. This is the default section. I'm gonna say a movement. Okay, and I'm gonna make all of these guys should regenerate. Base turn rate can also go inside movement, and base lookup rate can also go inside movement, and health and armor can be inside. Let's say health and armor can be inside. I think I should be inside state. No, I think first should regenerate. I'll say player attributes or attributes. I'll just call this attributes. Okay, and this would be inside attributes, and so should armor be inside attributes, and then should regenerate be inside attributes as well, and current weapons can be inside weapons. Okay, and so now we have neatly organized it into different categories. So you have my character, and this can be also called character variables. Okay, uh, same with my character. Instead, I'll just go with character variables, and that's it. So we have all set them up neatly, and we can just compile that and save that, and now you won't be I don't think you'll be confused anymore. So if I say is crouching, so now you can see that it's movement, get its crouching, and this is from the character. That is the character movement itself. Okay, and this I will promote it to a variable, because if you recall, for the first sequence, then we are getting the velocity and the rotation, and we are setting up our local direction and the speed variables out here. So I'll do the same thing. I'll promote to variable here, and I'll call this the exact same name. I'll give it the exact same name, is crouching. Okay, and of course just set this up and wire them up, as simple as that. Now we can compile this, and of course it's going to give all of these warnings. That's because we haven't set anything up. Now if you go over to the walk and run, or you can also go to event graph, walk and run, that's the anim graph. If I double click on the state machine, you should find all of this. Now I'm going to set up all of these transition rules. Okay, so for setting up the rule sets, let's first set up for the idle from crouching. If I double click on this, it's going to come in here. Now, what we want to do is we want to set up the rule. What should happen when, I'll double click on that. I think I lost it. What should happen when should it enter the transition? When should it enter the crouch transition? So for that, we have this variable handy. So we're going to get this variable first. Okay, gonna get this variable, and then we gonna look for equal to, or you can just say equal boolean, or you can just type in the word equal and that's going to pop up. Now our condition is, if this is going to be equal to true, then I can enter the transition here. Okay, I'll just bring this guy down like that. All right, so it's as simple as that, and compile that, and of course it's going to give me issues. I can go back to walk and run. Okay, so if I double click this, I think we set it up the wrong way. Out here, this will be whether the S crouching is false. Okay, so I'm going to uncheck this, and then I can compile it, and then it can enter the transition. This would be from crouching to idle. Now we have to do that for idle to crouching. We got it the wrong way. We got it the other way around. So I'm going to double click this, and I'll do the same thing. I'll bring the crouching in, get S crouching, and I'll look for equal to boolean, and now this will be connected to this, and maybe I can just bring this down, and this will be checked true, and now you can see that this warning is down to 2 now, and come back to our walk run. So now we have this set up, and you can see that if we hover over this, it says the condition or the transition rule is crouching equals false, and this is crouching equals true. We do the same thing for is crouching for crouching to walk run. So if it's false, and out here, and we get the is crouching, and go back here, and we say equal to, and this would be false again, because this is going back from crouch to whatever state that is walk and run, and compile that. This should be down to 1, and go back here, and if you hover over this, and yes, that's true, that's right. And you can also hover over this, and you can see that if its speed is greater than equal to idle to run threshold, and this speed is less than equal to idle to run threshold, And this should be where our is crouching, we check whether it's true or not and not false. Okay, I'll say equal to check this first so that I don't forget, and then connect these guys, and again bring this a bit down so that it's on the same line. I think that should be good. Now if I compile, this warning should also go away, and you can see that all the warnings are out now. Great. So we have taken care of that. I'm going to save this. I'm going to go back here. I'm going to save all just in case. And now let it save. And once it's done, I'm going to hit play. Okay. So now we are running at speed 600. And now when I hit shift, he's going to go down. And I release it, he's going to go back up. So now you can see that he's crouching. And now if I walk, and he's going to walk in a different way. And of course, I can shoot while I'm crouching, and I can get up, and I can also see that the walk speed has relatively come down. And again, if I release my shift key, and I can start running, and then again I hit my shift key and I'm crouching. Okay, so that's exactly what we are trying to do, and we accomplished that. And it's decent. Of course, this thing is still bothering me. So you know what? I'm going to go back to my third person character, go to the viewport. Let's see, not here, but I think I should be going over to the walk run blend space, not the blend space. Let's go back to my skeleton, and if I look at my weapon attach, if I go over to my, I right click and no, weapon attach, right click, add preview asset, and not add preview asset, but let's see, if I right click, remove selected, remove children, nope, add preview asset, nope. Let's see, I think it should be somewhere out here. If I right click here and add virtual bone, add preview asset, I think no. If I look into my walk run blend space and preview base pose, I think this should be, if I look into the skeleton tree, and if I click here, let's see the preview base settings and walk run blend space, the animation mode. Let's look at this and let's look for, I think this should be good. And if I click on that, if I say add preview asset, no. If I go back here and if I look at my asset, that is AK-47, no, this one, the preview asset attached. I can look at the details here, and it's giving me all of these values, and I think I should move this here, and back here, or maybe out here, no, back here like this. Okay, and if I save that, go back here, and if I look at play, I think that's also good enough. Maybe I'll just move it a little bit down. So go back to my soldier skeleton and go to my not there, out here, soldier walk, yeah, the blend space, and I'll just move this a little bit down like this. Okay, and I don't know if I should, let's say I'll say 1 1 and 1, so that's huge, right? So I'll say, I'll bring it down like this, and I'll say 0.5 0.5 and 0.5. That's also big, so I'll say 0.3 0.3 and 0.3, or maybe 0.4 0.4 0.4 0.4, nope, 0.35 0.35 0.35. This is all completely trial and error. You might end up spending a lot of time, but if I get this right, then you can simply copy the value and save some time for yourself. And I'll just look at it from this side. I hope it's looking, I don't know, maybe down. Yes, like this. I think that should be enough. And there you go. And okay, and Okay, and let's see. I'll just save this and I'll try and play. Come on. Go back to this. Go back to the soldier. No, blend space, and move this guy down. I think I can see this gap here. That's his hand. There you go. And now I should not see the gap. Let's see. Play. Yep, I think I'm good with that. And I'm shooting, and it's fine. If I crouch and I shoot, and if I crouch, move, and shoot, I'm also doing that. I'm also able to do that. That's great. So our next step is going to be, further down, if I right click, it should help me. It should enable aiming through the iron sight. Okay. So far it's looking good. Okay. I'm going to right click. That's great. So now we finished that part where the crouching part is done. So let's move on with our next parts. Okay. I'll see you in the next video. Thank you. Welcome back. So we worked on the projectile, and after we worked on the projectile, we switched gears and we started to work on the animations again. And so what we'll do now is we'll finish one more set of animations. So we have our walk run blend space, and we also have our crouch blend space. So now we're going to look at the sprinting blend space, which is going to be set up in pretty much the same manner, except the animations going to go, and the animations are going to be different, and the graph will look slightly different, and all of that good stuff. So I'll right click and I'll go again to animation, and I'll click on blend space, and a skeleton is going to be soldier skeleton, and this is going to be sprint underscore blend space. Okay, so the sets of animations, we have the walk and run, so which includes the walk, run, and idle. This includes the crouch and the crouch walk and all that, and now this includes the sprint. So you'll hold down a special key, and pretty much all the first person shooters, they have some sort of special key. I think a lot of first person shooters, they have the shift key as a sprinting key, but I switch it around for my own convenience. I switch my sprint, I make my sprint to the alt key, I believe, and all the time, yes. So when you keep your alt pressed and you move around, then which means that it's going to directly jump over to your run state, and it's going to keep running. Okay, no matter what your axis speed is. So that's what we're going to try and create now. So first I'll save all just in case, and then we can proceed. All right, so the setup is going to be very similar. So I'll double click on the sprint blend space, and you can see all the blend spaces listed down at the bottom of your asset browser inside the animation tab in your mesh editor. So I go to asset details, and now I'm right now at the sprint blend space, so nothing has been marked out. So for the name, for the horizontal axis, I'm going to name these out first, and then I'm going to start putting the animations inside. So of course, for the name, it's going to be, for the horizontal axis, it's going to be direction. And for the vertical axis, it's going to be speed. And I'll just double check. I'll look at the other ones. So it's direction and speed. I believe I'll just double click that. Direction and speed, yes. So I'll go back to my sprint. And for the direction, the minimum and the maximum range for the axis values is not going to change, because that's always going to stay constant. And then you have the speed. The speed is going to be largely different from all the other blend spaces. If let's just review the other blend spaces and what they look like. So if I open my walk run blend space, the speed starts at 0, the minimum, and the maximum is 600. Okay, and if I look at a crouch, then it starts at 0 and it ends at 300. So it's much slower. Now, however, for sprint, this is going to be above and beyond your top speed, your top max speed. So this is going to start at 600 and end at 1000. Okay, so first I'll have to not add the 600 there. I think I'll add 1000 first in the maximum value, and for the minimum axis value, I'll add 600 here. Okay, so now we have everything set up. So from 600 to 1000 on speed, that's the vertical axis, and from minus 180 to 180 on the direction on the horizontal axis. Alright, so now it's the time to add those animations, drag the animations and drop them inside the graph. First thing is, I'll be adding something at this point. The first thing I'll be adding is not walk, but sprint. Say sprint forward in place. And I'll drop that here. And and he starts running right away, and I'll just hit somewhere there. And yes, if I look at him from this angle, there you go. Okay, that looks good. And from that's a sprint forward, and then you also have a sprint left in place, so I'll add that here. And I'll also have sprint right in place, which I'll add here. And then you have to make it easier, so I'll just filter out all the sprint animations. And now then you have sprint left in place, and you have sprint backward in place, which would be, I believe, sprint backward left in place, and then sprint backward right in place, like that. And if I bring in my I don't know, if I just close that, shift. Okay, so now if I bring in my, if this thing ever gets lost, or you don't are not able to see this at all, if you can hit shift, and you can just, if you move your mouse, it's going to move along with your mouse cursor. Okay, and if you want to drag it around, and then there you go, and that's actually, he's sprinting to, and this is sprinting backwards, I believe. This is sprinting forwards, and this is sprinting, I think this should be what is this? I'll just bring up the names, and this is sprint left in place. Okay, and this would be sprint. Again, I'll select all the sprint animations, and sprint backward left in place. That should be, and sprint backward left in place. Or no, wait, sprint backwards. Do you have sprint backwards? Sprint right in place, sprint backwards, sprint forward. Okay. In fact, let's make a quick change. Instead of sprint forward in place, I'll go and make this run forward in place. This one, I'll replace that with run forward in place. And this one, I'll just move this and put it here. And this one, I'll say run, let's say run forward, I guess, left in place. So this should be run left in place. So there it is. And that would be run left in place. And then this would be run, not this, this one, run right in place. There you go. And I think I'll just turn it off now. And this is sprint backward right in place. And in fact, I'll just make this sprint, let's see, sprint backward in place. Sprint backward in place, and sprint backward in place. There you go. And now if I move this around, I can see that he's running, and then he starts sprinting right away. And that's the max speed for sprinting. And anyways, this would be the preview value. And as you move up, he is going to start running around, and then this would be sprinting backwards, and this is not going to change speed because we don't have any other animation yet. Okay, great. So he's running fine right now. He's running, and he's got the weapon in his hand, and he's also aiming and running. So at this point, even at this point, the player's ready to shoot. But all the way, this is at speed 600. So what happens when he runs, when he reaches the speed 1000? He should actually be sprinting. So let's bring that sprint forward. I think that's there. Yeah, the sprint forward in place. And if I drop it here, and now if I start moving this marker, he's sprinting, he's running, and now he will start sprinting. Now you can see that his animation is changing, and now his gun is changing as well. The position of the gun is changing. Now he is actually running with the gun to the side. It's impossible to shoot in that speed, or not impossible, but it's very difficult to shoot. And he is just looking straight ahead or at the ground, and he is not in a position to shoot either. So if I look at him from a side like this, let's say I'll hit F and I'll move it around here, and now you can see that he's doing that. Okay, and if I slow him down a bit, and now you can see that he is more in a running position, and now he is moving his weapon up in a way that he can shoot. And as I move up again, and the speed increases, his weapon lowers down in a position where he's simply focused on sprinting or running really fast. Great. Okay, so all of these remaining, about 4 points remaining, and this is sprint backward in place. In fact, I'll make this as run backward in place. If I can see that, yeah, run backward in place. There you go, and run backward in place. And I'll finish off these points, the edges here, and this would be, if this is run, then this should be sprint backward in place. If I can see that, there it is, sprint backward in place and sprint backward in place, and this is sprint forward in place. And this would be sprint left in place, sprint backward left in place, and this would be sprint backward right in place. Right, so now if I move my marker here, and I can see that he is slowing down, he's got the weapon up, and this should be, he'll be running to the left, and if I do that, he'll be running to the right. And then if I do this, he's going to be sprinting towards the back, and he's going to be sprinting right in place. And if I do that like this, and he's going to be sprinting backwards, straight backwards, and this, he's going to run forward. And you can see this blend, which is nice. And now he starts sprinting, and now he's going to be sprinting left, and then again he starts sprinting backwards in a straight line. So that's all cool. So the animations have been set up, so I'm going to save this. Okay, so now if you go back to my if I go back to my third person character, go back to my event graph, these are all the movement variables that you have. You have is crouching and base turn rate and so on. And we did the exact same thing for the crouch. We had a crouch variable, so we'll have something similar. So I can control W because I need another Boolean variable for sprinting. So instead of is crouching, it's going to be is sprinting, simple, is sprinting. Okay, and that's also a Boolean. So next up, we're going to need an action event. In order to invoke an action event, we need to have an action key. So again, going back to project settings, we'll have to set this up out here. And for crouch, we have these keys. That's a left and the right shift. And for the sprint, let's see, sprint, we're going to need an alt. I'm going to use an alt. You can go ahead and map it the way you like. It doesn't matter. These are my preferences, like I said earlier. So you can have your preferences, and it's all going to be cool. So this will be alt key, and that will be the left alt, and I can make it to the right alt as well. Right alt. There you go. And I don't need to save this. That's all there. And I'll have to do the same thing for this as well. Something very similar. So I'll first bring in the event or the input action. So I'll look for a sprint. And that's the action event. Okay. And this will be something like, so, okay, so now I'm going to bring in my sprint, and I'm going to set it first. I will put it up here, and I'll say if it's pressed, when I press the sprint key, I want the is sprinting to be true, and then I just want the max speed. So first I'll bring in my character movement and drop it here in the center, and I'll just give it a space, and then I'll just say set the max walk speed, and move it here, connect this, and the max speed, because it's sprint, will be 1000. Okay, and then again for the released, I'll set it up again like that, released, and this will be false the way we want. And then again we will say set max walk speed to back to 600, like that. Great. Now when I hit compile and save, it's going to save everything and no issues there. And so this is how we set up our in crouch and sprint. Now it's all set up in the third person character, like we did for crouch and everything else. We'll have to go back to animation blueprint, and we have to set up a new state for the sprint as well. Now this is walk and run, that's cool, but we also have to have something for sprint, and then it can also go from idle to sprint and crouched, from crouching to sprint, or from walk and run to sprint. So all of that is going to get added now. Okay, so now the way this works is actually you can't really go to sprint from idle. You have to go through walk and run, and from walk and run you can go to sprint, because you can't really sprint without, you cannot override the state to get down to sprint. You have to pass through the state. So the only connection that we're going to make from walk and run is we're going to make a connection from here. And we're just going to make a connection from walk and run over to an add state. I'll create a new state and call this sprint. Printing. Okay. And then of course, and also add a connection back to walk and run. So that completes the transition. So you cannot really, the way this works, it's quite simple if you look at it. Enter the animation state, you're going to be idle, and you can either choose to crouch, you can either choose to walk, and if you choose to run, then of course you need to have to go through the walk and run, and then only can you sprint. You can't directly hit the speed of 600. You have to go from 0 to 300 to 600, and then from there you'll go over 2000. Okay, so that's the way it's set up. And if you hit compile and save that, and when I double click on sprinting, now I'll have to set up the blend space for this. So we'll bring in the sprint blend space and drop it in here, and then connect these two guys. And now we'll have to do the same thing for direction and speed as well. Okay, so I'm going to hook up my direction out here, and I'm going to hook up the speed out here, and then hit compile. And of course it's going to give me errors, but I'm aware, and it says walk run to sprinting will never be taken. Please connect something to can enter transition. So when I go back to walk run, and if I click on these two icons here, so the first thing is I'm going to go over from walk run to sprinting. So if I double click on that, this is what the similar node comes up. It opens up into the similar node. Now again, if I go back to third person character, this is sprinting and is crouching. So if I go back here, I'm also going to expect a variable called is crouching inside my animation blueprint. So I'll click on variable and I'll call this is sprinting. Okay, and I'll compile. Now of course this has got nothing here, so I'll go back to my event graph, and if I look here, then I can see that this is for sprint, this is for crouch, this is for the walk and run thing. So we're gonna need one more pin where we can have it for sprint. So I'm gonna click that, and then again I'm gonna say a cast to third person character. Okay, and move it here, maybe here, I guess. Yeah, I think I'll just move this a little bit down like that, so that it looks a little more organized at least. And then again, I'll have to get pawn owner. So once I get the pawn owner, that's the reference I'm looking for. And once I do that, I think I'll just move this up a little bit like that. Okay, so that's uniform. And from here, as third person character, I'll have to look for this particular variable which is there inside the third person character blueprint. So I'll say get is sprinting. There it is. And once that's there, I'll get this sprinting and I'll set it here. So that completes cycle. Very similar. And then again, I'll connect this. So now whatever state this is sprinting is going to be the state of the local variable for the animation blueprint, like that, right? So now when I hit compile, it's still going to show me that error, or it's still going to show me those warnings because we haven't set anything up. Now again, for walk run to sprinting, we're going to check whether is sprinting like that equals. If it's equals true, then go ahead and enter the transition. And now if I hit compile, you should see one of this go away. This one, I believe walk run to sprinting will go away. If I hit compile, you should be left with sprinting to walk run. Great. Now go back to the walk run anim graph, and now we can double click on this, and this is what this is. That's the result node. We do the same thing. Instead, we will do it the other way around. So once we get that, we'll check equal to, and we'll just check for whether it's false or not, and it's right. it's perfect in the straight line. And when I hit compile, all the warnings are gone. So now I can compile that, save that, and everything else is set up, I believe. I think I should just, if I click on this, not here, but if I go over to my blend space, and I'll also set up the interpolation time to 1. I believe this is 1 and 1. Or maybe I'll just keep it at 0, and if we need to, I'll do that. I'll just hit save. Now I'm gonna hit play, and I'll just move around normally. And now when I hit Alt, you can see that the weapon disappears, even though he's got it. And now you can see that. And if I hit run, and the weapon disappears, actually he is holding it sideways. That's why I can't see it, right? And if I do that, and if I run, I can't see the weapon, but it's there. He's just running, okay? And there you go. I'm running, and then I release it, and then he comes back. So I think I'll just go over to the blend space, and I'll make the interpolation time to 1, okay? And it says, if you hover over this, it says interpolation time for input. When it gets the input, it will use this time to interpolate the target, which is used for smoother interpolation. So interpolation, when it's 0, it means that it's not interpolating at all. So this would be making it for a smoother interpolation. So when I hit 1 again, and I go over to my other blend space, that is the crouch, and I'll also make this 1 and 1, so the interpolation is a lot smoother, okay? And when I hit play, and now when I hit Alt, and so the interpolation is a lot more smoother than what it was, okay? And if I hit crouch, and if I release the shift key, okay, that's also going to work. Now if I move, and if I hit Alt, it's not going to work. So if I do that, and there you go, it's running, and it's awesome. And of course I can shoot like that. I can crouch, I can shoot if I want to, and then of course I can run. And if I get off my movement key, it's going to stop, right? And it's going to come back to your idle state, because there's no velocity there. So this is at max speed of 600, okay? And then this is the max speed of 1000. So from 600 to 1000, it goes in there, and I'm having a good time. That's awesome. So this is what the sprinting is all about. So now we have all the 3 okay, something went wrong. I don't know what that is. It says access none, trying to read property set should regenerate and paint volume. What did it read as? Cast a third-person character. If you look at character variables, weapons, current weapon, and attributes, health and armor should regenerate. What exactly is the problem? So if I go back to my message log, and it says access execute, I think this is not valid. This thing is not valid. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to right click, and I'm going to say convert to impure cast, okay? And then this would be something like is in volume. I think this should first connect here, okay? And this whole thing should move towards the right, like that, okay? And I think this should move up first, and this guy should first is in volume, should be false. I think this guy should move there with this, or maybe I think that's okay. This should be connected. So now I think you'll not have any issues. So if I play now, I get hurt, and if I hit escape, I do not think that should be an issue. That the reason being, it was a pure cast, so which means it wasn't checking whether it's valid or not. If it's not valid, it should not do anything, but if it's valid, then it should do something. So impure cast, a pure cast was not checking at all, and it was trying to go ahead with that particular variable, which means that it wasn't present. So now if I go through this, and if I let's say if I go through this, and if I just hit escape right now, nothing is going to happen. So it's all fine, right? So we fixed that, which is good. So we have the pane volume, we can get rid of this, and so we have all the three animations, set of animations, the crouch, the sprint, and the walk, run, and the idle, everything set up. That's awesome. So I'll see you in the next video. Thank you. Welcome. So this is where we had left in the previous video, and in this we have this guy set up, and we have this pane volume set up, and we also had the projectiles. So if I play now, and if I start shooting, so it shoots, and if I hit shift, he crouches, and when I hit alt, he starts sprinting. So we had all of that set up. Now there's one major issue, if you haven't noticed, or if I did briefly mention it, but you might have forgotten it. If I look around here, so the camera pans neatly, okay, and if I look down, you see that I am able to see my left foot, and if I again look around, gun follows along with the camera. But if I look up, the gun stays there. What if I want to shoot up here? What if there's a target up here? If I want to shoot, the gun does not follow. So we have to carry the gun along with the camera when he looks up. Maybe not down, it's okay, but when you're fixing the up, it's also the down is going to be fixed, so no big issues there. I'm okay with that. But this is a must. We have to have the gun move up to this point, or till wherever the camera is able to move up. So because realistically, you can take a gun and you can shoot all the way up here if you want to, and even up here. So beyond that, you might have to turn around and then do that, but this has to be fixed. So in this video, we'll try and fix that. So in order to accomplish this, the first thing we have to do is we have to focus on the animation blueprint. Now there are a bunch of different ways to do it, but that requires a bunch of different animations as well. In our case, since we don't have extra animations, so what we have is what we have so far. We cannot add any more animations. So we'll have to manipulate the spine of the character based on the control rotation. So the control rotation is where your mouse is looking at and where the camera is going to be rotating at that point. So we'll be manipulating that inside the animation blueprint and a mixture of that and blueprint, so that should get the task done for us. So look for, I believe, animations, and inside blueprints. No, 1 second. I think I should be, out here, character. So you have the animation blueprint. So once you do that, so you'll have to go over to the main anim graph here and separate these two nodes out, and so that you have a good enough room between them both, because we're going to do some stuff in here. And then let's get started. Okay, so the first thing is, when you have separated these two nodes, I'll have to right click and I'll have to search for bone. Okay, and or instead, let's see, and if I can find that out. So you have, or you can also say modify. So when you type modify, that whittles down the result to just two of them. So you have modify curve and you have transform modify bone. So this is what we're going to work on. We're going to modify the transform of the bone. And in our case, the bone that we're going to be using is the spine. So let's go over to the skeleton and let's check for the bones or the spine in our case. So now if I click on spine, so you have a spine here. So I will go over here. So that's the spine. And you also have spine 1 and spine 2. So you have 3 different spines. So we won't just modify one spine. Instead, we're going to be modifying all these spines individually, so that it makes the whole control rotation really smooth, based on the control rotation. So it makes the whole animation really smooth. Okay, so going back to the blueprint here. So since we have this, we have 3 spines. So we'll need this node 3 times. We need 3 of these nodes. So I'm going to click Control W twice. So we have 3 in total, and so that we can modify these nodes based on the control rotation now. Okay, so now we have 3 nodes. Now if you click on these nodes and look at the details, you have a whole bunch of information here. So it has translation, rotation, scale, component pose, and an alpha. So it has 5 different components coming in here. And if you look here, you also have the skeletal, you have the translation, you have the rotation, you have the scale, and you also have the alpha out here. Okay, so but we're not actually looking for translation and scale. We're only looking for rotation because translation is actually taking care of the animation itself, and scale we don't really need to do mess around with the scale. So with that node clicked, we'll just turn off translation. We don't need that, and we'll also turn off scale, and we'll also turn off alpha. Okay, so now we just left with rotation and the component pose. We'll have to do the same thing for the other two nodes as well. I'll get rid of translation, scale, and alpha. So we're left with rotation and the component pose. And the same out here, translation, scale, and alpha, right? So, and also click on the node and for the rotation out here. So this is what the rotation looks like. It's divided into 3 individual components as usual. Now the rotation mode has to change because if you have it at ignore, it's not going to do anything at all. So the rotation mode from ignore, you have to change it to add to existing, and replace existing is what it's already has, and it's going to simply overwrite over it. In fact, I want to add it to whatever it's already existing, and that will get into the calculation of the rotation of the spine at that particular moment, and then you add the new values to it, and then it's simply going to do plus equals 1 and plus equals 1 sort of thing. So I'll just click on add to existing, and I'll do the same thing out here, add to existing and add to existing. And also, if you look at the rotation space, there is world space, component space, parent bone space, and bone space. Now we don't really have to play around with these spaces. It's at component space by default, and we'll keep it there, and it's going to work for us. Okay, so now we are ready to supply these nodes the bone that we need to work on. So it's right here under skeletal control, and the bone to modify. If you get this drop down, and you can see all the bones. Now we are looking for spine 1 and spine 2. That's why we have 3 different nodes here. The first one, I'm going to select spine. Okay. The second one, I'm going to select spine 1. The third one, I'll be selecting spine 2. So, and you have to make sure that all of these guys are in this particular order: spine 1, and spine 2. Excellent. So now one thing we have to do now is, I'll get this guy here. We have to arrange them all in a line, and we first have to break this. I don't need that right now. I'll arrange these like this, and I think I'll just make this a little bit neater out here. That's good enough, and that's okay. Now this has to be connected to the bone spine first, and of course it's going to have this local to component converter. Okay, and then again these need to be connected, and we just go in a sequence connecting them all. And when you connect these, you're going to get the same converter, so component to local. So this is local to component, and it'll end with component to local. So we are going down the right path. Excellent. So now I'll just move this to the left a bit, and even this guy to the left a bit, and this also, maybe I'll just move this guy to the right like that, and this guy to the right. So now it's looking neat and clean, and it's also looking readable at the same time. Great. But it's not going to do anything right now. It's just connected, but it does not have the new rotation value. So it's not going to do anything. It's just going to sit there and do nothing, because the rotation values is 0 across all the 3 different nodes, right? So we'll have to figure out the value that we'll have to bring in as the rotation for supplying it to the rotation input pin out here. Okay, so I'm going to promote this to a variable. I'm going to right click, and I'm going to say promote to a variable, and I'll name this variable aim rotation, right? And I'll bring this up here, and I'll connect aim rotation to all these guys. Okay, every single node out here that I have. So I'll put this up so that no wires, it doesn't get too messy. I think that's good enough. And I'll just bring this out here and connect this to this rotation. Now I'll just move this to the left a little bit, and I think that's good enough. All right, so now we have the variable coming in as aim rotation, and or I think that's good. Okay, I'm okay with that. If I really am a stickler for it, I'm gonna keep it here. And I'll make reroute nodes for each of these. So this is the one out here. So I'm just making it a little more readable. And this will be like this. Connect it here. Connect it here. Okay, and of course I can now bring this, maybe I can just bring this all to like that, and this guy can also go up a little bit. And so along with this and this guy can go up and sit there in a straight line sort of. So now it's looking okay, it's better than before. All right, so now we have the readout nodes and we have the aim rotation variable, which is a rotator connected to the rotation input pin of all the 3 different nodes. Okay, now I'll just hit compile and make sure that there are no errors, and I'll also play the game and see that there are no errors out here as well, no runtime errors. Of course it's not going to do anything because we're not really written any logic for that. It still stays the same, but we have the the base set up, and now we have to work on implementing it. So everything is fine. So I'm just going to hit escape, and sometimes when you hit escape, Blueprint also throws some errors. So I just wanted to make sure that there are none. I'm happy with it. Now I'll go back to my soldier and BP and continue working on this. And the reason it's not doing anything right now because aim rotation is at the moment 000, and that's exactly what we are passing on to every single node. As simple as that. So for for anything to happen to any of these nodes, we have to go back to our event graph, and this is what we had so far. And we also have this sequence node. Okay, so first it goes over to here and it casts it to the character, gets the velocity, and it calculates the direction. Then it goes over to the pin 1, that is then 1, and then again gets casted to a third person character, and then it sets up for the crouching and then for the sprinting. So we have it for speed, direction, the crouching, and the sprinting. So we have to add one more pin, and maybe I'll arrange these a little better. I think I'll just move this guy at least up here, and this readout pin can move out here like this. That's good. And I'll just add one more pin. Okay, and then I'll drag again from here, and I'll say cast to third person character again. Okay, and I think I will move all of these to the right like that, so that it matches up with this. And no, actually I'll have to move this as well to the right. Okay, and bring this down a bit so they all match up now. All the casting nodes are matching up really well, and I'll just bring this guy closer. I think that's okay, right? I'm fine with that. Anyways, I just bring this guy a little bit down. There you go. That's good enough. And maybe this guy a little bit down here, further down, and this guy or these guys can come one step down, one more. Great. So it's all neat and tidy, and again this needs to be moved here, and of course this has to be rerouted a little bit because it's not really that good, like this. Okay, so once we have that, again we have this wildcard, and we have to say try get font owner like that, rearrange it to make it look better. And then as third person character, we have to look for get control rotation. Okay, so now that we have this, we can use this for directing it towards our aim rotation variable. Okay, so now that we have get control rotation, you can pull out a Y from here, and you can look for break rotator so that it breaks the rotator into its individual components, that is X, Y, and Z. That is the roll, pitch, and yaw. Now we have the X covered. We also have the Z, that is the yaw covered, so that's looking around. All we need to work on is the Y. Okay, so we have to perform 3 different operations, and I'll explain them as I go. The first thing is I need to have a float minus float. Okay, and so this can be actually down here. I'll have to add some value later on. So 3 different operations on the pitch, and first is going to be a subtraction, and then it's going to be a multiplication, float minus float multiplied by float. Okay, and the final one would be a division, float divided by float. There you go. Okay, actually it won't be division, so I'm gonna get rid of this. In fact, I'll be checking whether it's greater than. So if float, it's greater than float, and then it needs to come out as a Boolean value, and then we'll be checking out this values and all. Okay, and I'll explain as I go. For now, just watch and follow along, and I'll explain why these three operations in particular. Okay, so out here for the first one, we're gonna give it a value of 360, and for the second one, for the multiplication, we're gonna say -1, and for the greater than, I'm gonna say 180. Okay, and from here, I'm gonna pull out a wire, and I'm gonna look for select float. Okay, and now I'll just hook up these two like this. So this essentially says that if it is greater than 180, then pick A, else pick B, that is -1. Okay, so whatever the value is coming out from the pitch value, which out here, I mean, whatever the output of this particular node is, it's going to pick accordingly. Okay, so now that we have the return value, which is a float, now we have to divide this by a certain number. So I'll just say, I'll put in the slash and I'll say float by float. Now the number is going to be 3 because we have 3 different bones that we have to work with. So I'll put the number 3 in here. Okay, and now that we have it for individual bones because we're dividing it by 3, now I'll make rotator. Now it's time to make the rotator. Okay, and make the rotator, and there you go. Okay, so now this should make it easier for us to give this aim rotation a new rotator. So once I do that, I'll just say set rotator, and then I'll just connect, I believe, this to this, and then connect the return value over to the aim rotation out here. Okay, so that's all is needed. So when I click on compile, save, and when I play now, let's see if it's worked. And now if I look down, I can see the weapon going along with it. And of course, when I look up, and that's been fixed too. And if I look up and I shoot, I can shoot. And so the weapon is now I'm able to make it look like a perfect first-person shooter, and I'm able to look at in any direction. So wherever I look, my gun is gonna follow along. So that's the classic approach of first-person shooter, and it's looking good. And now again, run through the pane volume and jump and look around, and there you go. Shoot, crouch and shoot. Of course, when I run, I can't be shooting because I'm running. Now if I stop and shoot, there you go, shooting. Now we don't have the primary fire where you can aim through your reticule. It's all good. So far so good, and I'm able to look around. So before I close this video, I'm still not happy with the way my weapon has been positioned. I still can't see my hands properly and a bunch of other things. So I'm going to try and reposition my weapon and the soldier again. So save this and save all just in case. And let's see. Okay, so I will close all of this. So third person character is good enough. So if I go to viewport and if I select my camera, okay, and I'll just move that. Maybe I'll have to rotate this around this 90 degrees. Okay, and that's the right way. Now I think I'll just move this a little bit towards the back because it's way too ahead of the face. So I'll just move this a little bit towards the back and maybe a little bit down, just a bit outside the face. And if I look here and maybe just here and move here, down there. Okay, and let's see what it looks like. I don't know, I'll have to test it. And there I can see my weapon and the hand, and there it is. So I'm glad that I got it right in the first place, in the first attempt. But anyways, I want to go back and let's see if I can rearrange my, if I can go over to my skeleton not the skeleton, but if I go over to my blend space, click on the blend spaces, the character, crouch, I can select any of these. Not the blend space per se, but if I go forward and if I look at my weapon attach, okay, weapon attach, and if I look at this, if I just move this a little bit up and or a little bit back like that, and up and front, and front, so that it kind of gets into the finger. And if I look at it from here, maybe I think I'll just have to increase the size of this. So let's say 0.4, 0.4, and 0.4. I think this is pretty big for a gun, for an AK-47, which is quite big. So how about 0.25, 0.25, and 0.25? All right, and now if I move this guy back here and back here, or maybe down here like this, how about moving it back like this? Okay, how about 0.3, 0.3, and 0.3? That's not bad at all. So again, down a bit and put it a little forward so that at least it looks like this finger is getting in. This is not an easy job. It's quite mundane, and it's also very tiresome. Maybe just move it down a bit and inside like that. And as long as I see my finger there, and I think I'm okay. Let's see. I save this and I come out of the blend space, and if I click play now, and maybe it's a little too in the front, how about open up my blend space again and go for my weapon attach, okay, and just go a little bit out there, okay, and keep save and play, and I'm still having issues. Okay, I think I should go back to my older values, 0.35, 0.35, 0.35, 0.35, and just bring this a little forward like that, and just bring it like this. If I hit save and if I hit play, I'm not able to see my hand. That's because of my third person character. Again, a little bit to the front or to the back. Okay, and again, this is too much to the right, and okay, I think that should work. See, all right, I'm not able to see my hand, so I'll have to try again. Maybe move it a little bit to the back. I don't know. Let's play, and I can see my hand a little too much. And okay, I think I need to stop this guy and see. Down. Okay, and hit play, and there you go. I think I just need to move. Maybe I'll just increase. I'll just make this 0.38, 0.38, 38, and 0.38, and check again. I think that's not, it's quite big. I'm not really happy with it. How about 0.36, 0.36, 0.36, and move it down, back. There you go. Okay, save, hit play. Okay, I'm okay with that. Just maybe a little bit towards the back. All right, so let's see. All right, okay, fine. I'm able to see, if I'm running, I'm able to see my head or the nose, I guess that's the nose part. Yep. Okay. All right. And if I look up, shoot at the sun for no reason, and there you go. So it works. Awesome. Okay. So we accomplished something really important. That's very integral to any first-person shooter out there. And of course, I'm still not really happy with that hand or the gun. That is not. I think I'll just move it down a bit, or let me see. It's below his nose, and maybe it should be up here. All right, let's play. Okay, and if I look at the blend space, and if I look at that, and that's because you can see this gap. That's because it's not really touching. It's not really touching the weapon. It's not really touching the hand out here. And what if I just move it down a bit? Let's see. Save. Play. Okay. Right, I'm gonna stop here. I think I'm okay with that. And if I run, okay, I can still see the hand. And there you go. Shoot, shoot. Great. All right, so this is what we accomplished, and this is a very important task that we accomplished. And so let's move on with the game now.